Girls and boys, we hope you enjoy your day here at the home of Glamorgan County Cricket Club. We look forward to seeing you again very, very soon.
Make sure you come in. Do you know what's happened? I'll tell you what's happened. You were strangers sitting on your head by yourself. I'll tell you what's happened. They wrote you up yesterday. That's a stupid thing. Probably on the last one. You haven't answered. Oh, you haven't answered. That's a stupid thing. They rang me up before. And I've been sat there watching you with through to the next game. A woman's game. You can't miss his bag, he should be taking the stadium. Oh, it's a bad one. Anyway, we'll sit next to Roger's bag, it makes more sense. Ah, I'm not into that. Ah, you tell him, Roger. The thing is, you check, he doesn't want to sit next to me because I go, whoop, something happens. I get all excited about it. Well, if you get all excited today, I hope you do, that means something has happened. Right, you're going to love this. I'll sit behind Roger and on you. You're going to love this. What am I looking for? I don't know his name, but I always do. He was talking yesterday when he was walking around. Yes, we understand a lot of it. He was talking to James Taylor, right? And he said to him, well, what's the plan tomorrow? Is it like to get to lunch, declare, and then try and bowl them out? I wouldn't expect Taylor to say the tactics to him. But his reply was, well, if you compare a wicket like this, you deserve to be stuck out in the sun, bowling all day. You know what? Yeah, because if they were run, they would have been positive yesterday. Yeah. And they weren't. The day for them to be positive was yesterday. Go for 5 points, but batting points for a start. Yeah. There's nothing to lose. There's nothing to lose. Because if they'd have been 440 all out, so what? The Morgan happened to sorry. The Morgan. No, all the Morgan would do would bring that and that. Yeah. The thing is, we were together from the There's an article in the Times today, you're going to love this, Roger.
Yeah.
This is the first shot of the bow.
Oh, God.
County cricket. County cricket is a poor standard of just contribution of 70 players.
Who's written that?
This is in the Times
No, but
today.
if you want to read the byline, it's not someone I definitely know one I respect.
No, but CCB from and then the example the ECB give, they say you look, he said you've got a 43-year-old James Anderson. Yeah, they don't say that, but they use them. They said they basically said he's been discarded by the test set. And he said,
discarded it.
yeah. But no, but they're using him as the excuse. And of course now, the next thing will be that well, we need to improve. So the way to do it is that less teams with more quality.
Yeah. Businesses if you just see you down, I think it's really in the line below that. When ECB went 10 years ago, say, we need to play our better batting. Put the bonus concept on board, better wicket. Maybe sometimes you should do the wicket. You don't make it harder for bowlers to say, then we'll have better bowlers. But it doesn't work that way. You can see this match here. Who's going to improve? Bowling on it? Oh,
Yeah. Well, the batsmen are, but yeah, but the trouble is, they have time for the wicket here on the pitches like this, and then you get picked for a test and send you to down. Turn square, and you've got no technique to play it. You need to play better.
The bowlers don't on a wicket like this. They don't stick for one. How can I choose to take a wicket? They just give up. They shrug their shoulders and give up. So,
Well, everything you give up in this match. I think the players give up the whole expectation.
it's a disgrace. So why aren't cricket? Well, they are. They don't get their substitutes.
It's good morning, Borodar, to our two-match umpires Ian Blackwell and Steve O'Shaughnessy.
But then you get this article in the Times.
Yeah.
But then you get the Northampton coach.
I'm through, right?
Saying that he
talks a lot of sense.
yeah, but he said he thinks it's clever. He said he thinks it's good and that. So what he thinks that he have more
And it's good morning, Borodar, as well, to the Glamorgan team led into the field by captain Kieran Carlson. And good morning, Borodar, to the two not-out batters from Leicestershire, Johnny Tatisol and Ben Cox.
Very good morning from the BBC Sport commentary box as well for the final day of Glamorgan against Leicestershire in County Championship Division 1. Still enjoying saying that for supporters of both teams.
The River End, Kieran Carlson.
Match position then, Leicestershire resuming their first innings on 500 for 5, 60 runs ahead of Glamorgan's 440 all out. And we expect Leicestershire to try to accelerate slightly this morning, at some point anyway, and put some pressure on Glamorgan in their second innings. But Leicestershire need maybe to develop that lead of 60 by at least another 100 to 150 runs to put any pressure on the Welsh side. It will be the home captain, Kieran Carlson, to bowl the first over of the morning with his off-spin. Glamorgan's over 8 is +4. Don't expect them to charge through their overs and bowl any additional ones this morning. And it will be a containing operation for Glamorgan, who start the day with no slips, 5 or 6 just about saving the single as Cox is in to bowl. Carlson in to bowl to Cox, who defends it on the offside, and there is no run. Carlson in. Forward comes Cox, plays it into a gap on the offside. They'll take a quick single. Byram with the throw at cover, but they are safely home for the first run of the day. 501 for 5. So Leicestershire are not expected to risk Jake Weatherald, an Australian opener who suffered an attack of cramp on Saturday evening as Carlson bowls and Tatisol is forward defending. Expect Tatisol to take a reasonably conventional approach to the opening stages as he looks to notch up a century, and only his second match for his new county. So on the back foot, punching that one back to Carlson, no run. There are 3 outfielders, one on the cover boundary and 2 more deep on the leg side, backward square in mid-wicket. Carlson bowls turned round the corner, but Ingram is there at short fine leg and prevents a single. So the fine leg fielder is in a saving the one position rather than on the boundary, as you might expect from a spin bowler. Carlson in, bowls. Tatisol drives on the onside. No run up to wide mid-on. So just a single off the first over of the morning. Expect Tatisol to accelerate if and when he reaches a half century. Lovely viewing weather today. Not surprised there are a few hats and shades around among the crowd, which is probably the smallest of the 4 days. Partly due to the match situation, I suppose, from Glamorgan's point of view. In that the chance of winning looks extremely remote for Glamorgan, and it may well be a holding operation to try and avoid defeat and get out of the match with a draw and 12 points. Zain-ul-Hassan is bowled economically, going at 2.5 runs and over, but without a wicket so far in the county championship. This is second game out of the 3. Glamorgan away to Hampshire next week, and Leicestershire take on Nottinghamshire. Ul-Hassan is in to bowl to Cox, and he hits it into the covers, but it's well stopped by Carlson. No run. Success for both counties' women's teams over the weekend against Tier 3 opponents, with Glamorgan holding on slightly nervily against Devon, and Leicestershire comfortably putting away Shropshire by 7 wickets. Ul-Hassan in, bowls to Cox, who works it on the leg side, but they're finding the fielders at the moment as Byram failed, and there is no run. So the first few balls have gone according to plan for Glamorgan in terms of just cutting out the boundaries, being as economical as possible. And Ul-Hassan is in to bowl, and that's clipped on the leg side. No run. Jamie McIlroy, who was one of the 12th men employed for this game, well, he's currently bowling for the second 11 against Gloucestershire at Newport. That's a 3-day game if you fancy watching a bit of cricket in the sunshine over the next couple of days. The, I think, final friendly before they go into the very limited league competition for red ball cricket. That's outside off stump from Al Hassan, but Cox misses out rather, chops it into the ground where he's trying to cut it square of the wicket. I'm Nick Webb. Alongside me is Richard Ray of BBC Radio Leicester. We expect some fireworks at some point this morning, I guess.
Yeah, morning Nick. Good morning everybody. Another glorious day down here in Cardiff. Heavy roller Leicestershire put on before the start of play. For the first time I think we've seen it in the match, other than obviously before the start of play.
In comes Al Hassan. Bowls to Cox, who defends that one out to mid-off.
And I suppose the thinking there is that although it might just kill the pitch even I suppose a dead pitch is a dead pitch, it can't be killed even more, but you'd have thought it might mitigate against, but I think the hope was that it might, once the effect wears off, just might make it crumble a little bit, the surface, if it dries, because it's been baked, but it's baked hard. It hasn't sort of shown any signs of crumbling at all.
Al Hassan in, bowls nice and straight. Cox blocks it on the offside. No run. End of a maiden over, so just one run off the first 2 overs. For those of you who like to keep an eye on the doings of the second team, well, McIlroy and Tom Norton, who was here yesterday, have moved over to Newport. It's obviously only half an hour away should anyone get injured and they need a late replacement in this match. But the second team, Callum Nicholls, Jack Hope Bell, both of whom have been in the runs, and then no fewer than 4 wicket keepers in a row potentially. Horton's listed at the moment. Alex Horton, Will Smale, who leads them, Henry Hurl and Harry Wallace, Tom Norton, Mo Azim, Jamie McIlroy, Ben Morris, Connor O'Riordan, an Australian.
Kieran Carlson is in, bowls a touch short, but it's straight. Tatisol rocks back, tries to slam it back past him. In fact, he more or less hits Carlson on the bounce. You named all your wicket keepers?
Yes, I've been through them.
He got through them. In goes Carlson. Bowls leg side this time and a touch short. So Tatisol can get up and running by just poking the ball out to the sweeper on the leg side boundary, who overthrows Chris Cook, who gives him an ironic look. I suspect no harm done, as there was good backup from Andy Gorvin. Carlson is in and bowls. Cox is just pushing out into the offside. It was slightly wide of extra cover, so there was a momentary thought about a quick single, but they didn't bother.
Yes, as I say, Connor O'Riordan, who's a trialist from the Randwick area of Sydney.
Carlson tosses that one up very nicely, and there's an appeal for a catch behind, and he is not out. There is general surprise, or at least Carlson and Cook look surprised. There was a
looked like a celeb appeal.
I'm afraid,
really
one or two of them
haven't
they, in this game? But zero reaction from Ian Blackwell, and the umpire, that is, still standing at the far end, as we are not halfway through the game, theoretically. As Carlson is in and bowls, and Cox pops it up a little bit as he stretches forward in defence to that one. There's no one that's silly mid-off to take the catch, just extra cover. So it bounces a long way short. Carlson in, Cox forward to a fuller delivery, poking it out to extra cover. So at the moment our predictions, which may have been based in hope as much as anything, that it might be quite an explosive morning. It's been the dampest of squibs so far.
Well, we've seen this sometimes from Glamorgan looking for a declaration. They bat normally for the first hour and a half. Lovely sunbathing weather for the squad to top up their tans. Leicestershire squad on the balcony, shown on our video screens.
Yeah, Sam Wood and Tom Scriven will be sort of alternating to take the place of Jake Weatherald, who isn't in whites. He looked fine during the warm-up. Leicester supporters, I should quickly reassure you, knocking up catches for practice close fielding and things like that, and there was no sign at all of a limp. It's been purely precautionary for the last 3 days, essentially, isn't it?
As Ul Hassan runs away from us, bowls to Tatisol on 87 not out, and he chops it down into the ground, and it's bounced up and over the keeper. It's a dot ball.
Must have been pretty close to the stumps, you would have thought.
It can't have been far off the stumps, if we have a chance of seeing that one again. 5:02 for 5. As Ul Hassan is into bowl, and that is played off the back foot. Up to mid-on, no run. So Billy Root is likely to be the only senior player here in attendance. I presume there's someone from the academy or whatever, should they need 2 subs at any one time. That's fielding subs rather than playing subs. 5:02 for 5. Ul Hassan bowls, and Tatisol is tucked up, playing that one gently to short mid-wicket. And there's no run. Be interesting to see if Leicestershire's declaration thoughts are in terms of a lead of a certain number of runs or a certain time. Probably a combination of the two. As Ul Hassan bowls, and again it's played hard down into the ground. This time it bounces up into the slip area. There is no slip, and they hustle through for a single. 5:03 for 5.
It chucked him up a little bit, didn't it? Came back. And Tatisol indicates with his right hand that seamed back in, or swung back in. One way or another, he just managed to keep it out.
Tatisol on to 88. The other member of that Glamorgan side, because it's a 12, is Romano Franco, the young spinner. Will be playing a lot of second 11 cricket and probably a bit of first 11 during the One Day Cup when Callaway and Crane are on franchise duty. Ul Hassan is into bowl. Cox on the defensive, back to the bowler. Speaking of Callaway, I did see him bouncing up the pavilion steps with no apparent difficulty, so hopefully he's not too far away from fitness, although we were told that he was unlikely to make Friday's game against Hampshire at Southampton. Ul Hassan to complete his over, and Cox on the defensive to cover. Well, 3 runs in 4 overs this morning. The fireworks haven't even been unpacked from the boxes yet, let alone let off.
Romano Franco, 30s matinee idol. Great name.
Teenage left-arm spinner from North Wales.
No. Definitely not.
Now studying in Cardiff.
So Kieran Carson will of course continue from the river end. There were a few in this morning. Leicester supporters, a little knot of them at that far end. In goes Carlson and bowls, and goes past the outside edge of Tatisol's bat, trying to sort of poke it out into the offside. Didn't do too much, but a rather indeterminate jab from Tatisol, and a bit lucky to get away with it. Carlson is in. Back goes Tatisol, again looking to force off the back foot, thumps it down hard into the ground, and taken by Kieran Carlson above his head, two-handed, as it bounces back off this hard pitch. In he goes. Back again goes Tatisol. He's got room to cut that one away to the sweeper on the offside boundary. I think it's Tim van der Hoogten out there. And Tatisol takes 1, moves on to 89. I said to him yesterday when he was talking about an acceleration and quick runs, well, perhaps after you've got your 100. Oh no, you know, it's all about the team, etc, etc, etc. And I'm sure it is. But no risks being taken at the moment, that's for sure. In goes Carlson, bowls to Cox, who rather more conventionally just leans forward and gets to the pitch of the ball, pushes it out towards backward point. Gorvin runs across the field and Cox takes 1, moves on to 33. Carlson in. Now there's a big hit and it's in the air, but it's going to land safe over the top of a very straight long off. It was just on the offside, long on, running back, looking at the ball in the air. It was always going to land a good sort of 10-15 metres or so beyond him, but perhaps the first signs of real aggression from John Tatisol. He picked up a couple of runs, but wasn't entirely convincing. Ryan Hadley is deep-ish at mid-off, but no, he's not going back even further, as that one from Carlson is blocked back to him by Tatisol. He's into the 90s for the first time for the Foxes, and Leicestershire 5:07. They lead by 67.
Reminder, if you want to drop us an email with your thoughts on this game or the team's season generally, or any other cricketing matter,
Meaning of life.
preferably sticking to cricketing, but we're willing to consider other submissions. Glamorgan Cricket at bbc.co.uk and Rich R23?
It is at Rich R23 on Blue Sky, or richardray23 at gmail.com.
I'm Nick Webb 2017 on both Blue Sky and X. Al-Hassan bowls, and off the inside part of the bat, Cox plays on the leg side. Well, the evidence of the opening 17 minutes is very much what we've been saying for the last day or so, that it's quite easy to stay in on this pitch, but apart from a few exceptions, it's been very difficult to score at a reasonably quick rate. Al-Hassan bowls, and Cox plays it away on the leg side, no run. Kenneth Davis is also on X as well. He will be on in quarter of an hour or so. And yes, there are 3 Ds in the middle of Kenneth Davis as a handle, which may bemuse some of the Foxes followers. As Al-Hassan is in to bowl, and a little bit of shape maybe.
He's just getting a little bit sort of in dip at the moment. Well, I suppose this ball is... if it's going to be reversing, it would be about now.
Yes.
60 overs old.
Yeah, new ball, what are we at? 161, wasn't it? Because they took it an over late.
Oh, they did, yes, it was one later, wasn't it?
So 12 or so overs till the new ball. If Glamorgan wanted to take it, I'm not sure that they would.
No.
As that's defended by Cox on the offside, no run. Because this old ball isn't coming very hard off the bat. If you chuck Hadley on, you know, he might blast out a couple of wickets, or he might be a little bit more expensive. So might not be much work for the tall Aussie this morning.
It was interesting talking yesterday. Things move a bit slower over here.
That is blocked by Cox. No run. Well, that's 4-day cricket, the same as in Australia.
Yeah.
A bit more of it, and a bit more intense than the Sheffield Shield. So you look at even reasonably experienced Australian players, and might have been in the team for several years, as Hadley has, and not had a vast amount of first-class cricket under their belt. Al-Hassan bowls a wide delivery that Cox slashes at. Cook removes the bails stylishly. It is a maiden over from Al-Hassan. And 7 runs have come in 20 minutes, which is not what the doctor ordered as far as Leicestershire are concerned.
Yeah, I don't think Ryan Hadley was being critical of the county game, just sort of making the point that what he's found so far is it makes sort of different demands and having to think differently. And he was talking about his sort of spell of short pitch bowling from around the wicket, trying to make something happen. But it is, to a certain extent, the nature of the pitch. Kieran Carlson, the skipper, in from the river end, bowls. Back goes Tatisol, pushes it out into the offside. Cox has to hurry. It was quite a sort of deliberate throw. It was a hard, deliberate throw from the covers by Byram, but he sort of did it on the basis that he knew Cox was probably going to make his ground. And he had. He wasn't aiming at the stumps, he was aiming at the gloves, so to speak. Carlson in, a little bit short, pulled by Ben Cox, straight to mid-wicket. I started to look around a bit because mid-wicket did not move, and in Sean Dixon.
Didn't have to.
So I thought, no, that's the point. But yeah. I thought maybe he hadn't picked it up or something, or maybe I hadn't picked it up. But it actually, as you say, went absolutely straight to him. Oh, that was a nice drifting delivery from Carlson outside off stump, and Tatisol playing inside the line was beaten by a ball that didn't move. Might have been a little bit seamy up. Cox on to 34. Watches as Tatisol faces Carlson, goes back, punches away off the stumps, out to the sweeper, Van der Hoogten on the offside boundary. And one more is taken, Tatisol on to 93.
I think
close.
Carlson did have a little experiment with seam at one point in his career, but I think it was decided it wasn't hugely beneficial to the team to have that option.
In he goes, bowls, swept by Cox off leg stump, although Carlson howled in disappointment as though had he missed it, well, he would have, I'm sure, have appealed, but it was a little bit like he wasn't sweeping off stump, that's for sure. And he plays the shot well. He moves on to 35 with that single, 2 men out on the leg side boundary. Now, Hassan and Dixon, Hassan at backward square. In goes Carlson, back goes the ball to him from Tatisol, and that is the end of Carlson's 24th over of the innings, 1 for 59. That's a pretty good return, really, in the circumstances. It's very economical, well under threes. And he has done his job, really. Picked up a wicket, yes, but has spelled his seamers effectively.
Indeed. One word contribution from Liam Mahoney on X, draw.
Well, it's very much the favourite, Liam, that's for sure.
X, Nick Webb 2017, also on Blue Sky. Oops, I've still got my club account up on Blue Sky. That's no good. Don't want to be checking that. Having done my posts over the weekend. 2 narrow defeats in friendlies, but hey, it's all about getting match time in the middle. Hassan bowls on leg stump, tickled round by Cox, down to fine leg for a single.
So, are you the press officer as well as among your many duties?
I'm the social media officer,
right,
officially, and trying to get details of particularly friendly matches that aren't scored online when you're not there. They did send me pictures of the scorebook, which then I had to decipher. As Hassan bowls to Tatisol, who, as you can probably hear from the effects, blocked it. Yes, particularly at the start of the season where you've got new players in the club's ranks and you might not know the full name of all of them. There's a slightly casual approach to the scorebook from some members. But we get something approaching the truth out, I think. Hassan is in, bowls to Tatisol, who slashes that one. I was looking square of the wicket there, but it's down to third man for a single. With the attempted aggression, Thought that Tatisol might have notched up a boundary, but he just moves on to 94 not out. He's faced 183 balls so far. As he nears this maiden Leicestershire century. All the sand balls again, it's on leg stick, and again Leicestershire have picked out the fielder, this time at deep square. Cox gets a single. One of the runs earlier in the over was credited as a leg by. Freddie Jones, news on Weatherald. Yeah, we did mention it briefly earlier on. He's not expected to take the fields today, but they don't want to replace him because that would mean that he'd have to miss next week. But not thought to be serious. Al Hassan bowls, and that's through the batter. Chris Cook makes a modest inquiry, whether for catch, stumping or anything you got.
There was a sort of twitch of the back foot from Tatisol, but not enough, it would seem.
Through outside off stump.
Back foot was okay.
Just about anchored. Any radical ideas to shake up county cricket on weeks like this? Reverse the batting order, or maybe 90 overs per innings maximum. Yeah, it's just one of the games you get. I mean, we might end up with Leicestershire pressing for victory. Al Hassan bowls and Tatisol drives on the leg side. No run. 3 runs came off that over. It's 514 for 5, but you have to credit Leicestershire for getting themselves in a position where they could win the match, but they will have to bowl very well, or Glamorgan bat very badly, or a combination of both.
Yeah, we can get into arguments about are there too many points for the draw. That certainly neither side will be inclined to risk losing 8 for a very, very outside chance of forcing victory at such an early stage of the season. Yes, in later games it might be more of an imperative to try and win rather than draw, but at the moment it's 12 points to Glamorgan, 14 to Leicestershire, and they're disinclined to jeopardise it in either case. There's no way Glamorgan can get themselves in a position to win the game unless something truly extraordinary happens. In goes Carlson, bowls, and Cox just dabs it out to point and jogs the single. Single saving field with 2 sweepers on the leg side, 1 on the off side. I can see there's a third man, I can't see one. In goes Carlson, back goes Tatisol, just pushes it through the vacant mid-on area. Vacant because mid-on is 2/3 of the way back to the boundary, so he's more long on than mid-on. Tatisol on to 95, Carlson into Cox, who is looking to cut. It doesn't really get up, and he goes down on one knee and rather swats it back. Even for such an elegant batsman, that was a little inelegant.
Yeah, Carlson's not going to get a lot of bounce, is he, from his height?
Steps in and bowls down the leg side, nippled around the corner by Cox. Good work diving away to his right by Colin Ingram, who gets a slightly ironic or round of applause, or well done old man, or whatever sort of round of applause.
What do you mean I have to field the ball as well?
Got down very well. In goes Carlson, using his feet is Tatisol, just pushing it slightly wide of mid-wicket. Mason Crane has to run back and across the field, and does. Tatisol doing it in ones, pretty much. Moves on to 96, 187 deliveries faced. Cox 38 off 109. Goes back and blocks it past the diving, rolling Kieran Carlson out towards the aforementioned long on, and they walk almost the single. So I suppose they've picked it up just a little bit in the last couple of overs, but still no real risks being taken. 519 for 5. The lead is 79.
I think maybe. Do you want to stay on to see Tatisol to his century?
But by all means, yeah, by all means.
Probably change in the batting order. I'll do one more over, and then Kenneth can come in. And
the slow rate of progress. Nick's right, I'm off.
yes, I appreciate that you have radio commitments at 12, so hopefully you'll get him there before then. Ul Hassan is taking no hurry at all to start his over as Glamorgan are +4 on the over rate.
Exactly. Why would they?
A little bit of messing around in the field is probably on the cards, as Ul Hassan has a conversation with Van der Hoogten about the price of fish. As Ul Hassan in to bowl, and that's played back to him by Cox in his follow-through. So Glamorgan sticking with this holding pattern, really. 5 saving the single. Men out at deep square, fine leg, third man, and deep point. Just in front of square, maybe, cover point. 5:19 for 5. 19 runs in half an hour. That's on leg stump, clipped away. Is that going to be a rare boundary? I thought for a moment it would bisect the fielders, but it is picked up by Hadley. Running round from fine leg. And they're through for 2. Cox into the 40s. He's on 41. 5:21 for 5.
Just the barest movement of the flags on the pavilion, but pretty much limp. Beautiful, warm, hot morning. Well, hot now, morning.
Ul Hassan into bowl and clipped on the leg side by Cox. Freddie Jones mentioned maybe in just a limit on the first overs. There was that in the county game at one point, but that may have been when there was still 3-day cricket, was it? I can't quite remember when it was in force, to be honest.
Was it 100 overs?
Possibly, yes.
Rings up
yes.
a bell.
Maybe 120 would be a reasonable compromise. Ul Hassan bowls down leg side. No contact made by Cox, but then you preclude the possibility of one side batting the other out of the game, and probably would reduce the number of innings wins, etc.
1 innings win completed in this round. Worcester hammering struggling Kent.
Yes, not good times in the southeast, despite them snaffling some northeast back. Ul Hassan in, balls outside off, driven, not particularly timed though. Carlson fields at cover, and there is no run. Jonathan Twigg emails. Great weekend for cricket in Pembrokeshire yesterday. The league campaign was up and running, and on Saturday for a pre-season friendly at Bronwydd. In regards to the county championship discussion, pitches reward bowlers who bowl line and length without genuine pace, or spinners. The pitches at Cardiff support this. Overall, it has to be the detriment to the test side. That one almost gets through from Ul Hassan. Just a little inside edge from the sound of it onto the pad from Cox. 5:21 for 5. Kenneth can tell you about the track at Bronwydd when he comes on in a moment. How can we get more positive cricket? Yeah, he suggests the 120 overs for the first innings, no restriction for the second. Would leave 144 overs available, by which the side's search for victory can be gauged by the state of the match. We haven't had that many ball draws, I suppose, recently, but it's always a good talking point, and Richard will try and shepherd Tatisol to a century, so you'll hear a lot of Mr. Ray in the next few minutes. And Kenneth Davis will join him as the players go into more meaningless huddles.
Yeah, it might just take the one ball, but it'll be a while before that one ball is bowled. It would appear, as Glamorgan look to use up the slack that they've got with a +4 over rate. Sussex in a bit of bother at Leeds. They, despite having scored 502 in their first innings, Yorkshire replied with 511, Sussex 54 4-3 in reply. In goes Kieran Carlson, back goes Tatisol, steers it out to the sweeper, and it will be just one, so he moves on to 97. Not a great throw from Van der Hoogten, doesn't do Cook too many favours, just to run out and try and take it one-handed above his head. Knots continue to look as though they're going to save the game comfortably. You never quite know, though, at Trent Bridge, as Carlson is in. Cox again pushes it out towards the sweeper, and he's going to take two this time because he didn't push it quite as hard. And Tatisol, alert, responded to Cox's call for a second, so Cox moves on to 43, 5-2-4 for 5. Yeah, Notts are 343 for 4 in their second innings, having followed on against Warwickshire. They lead by 163 with 6 second innings wickets intact. Carlson is in. Cox just dabs it out into the offside. Tatisol calls for the quick single. In comes Byram, dives and underarms the ball towards the stumps, dives in on the used pitch, which is basically just earth. It's been scarified and has now, as a consequence, completely ruined his Glamorgan shirt, or at least dirtied it. In goes Carlson, bowls outside off stump. Ooh, Tatisol fancied that, and he got in position to cut it away, pulled out of the shot. It was just too full in the end, and probably a wise decision. 97 for the Yorkshireman, North Yorkshireman, born in Harrogate. In goes Carlson, bowls, single to Tatisol as he pushes firmly out to mid-on. He is not, I think, going to give it away at this stage. Hopefully after he's got to 3 figures he might have a few more biffs. Just the one this morning, which didn't quite middle. In goes Carlson, bowls to Cox, who's solidly forward. Cox too is in sparkling form with both bat and gloves, blocked out into the offside on that occasion. Byram, the grubbied Byram, the fielder. 5-2-6 for 5. The lead is now 86, and Tatisol has retained the strike. Shall I continue, Kenneth? Shall I
indeed, you
see if we can get him over the line?
Exactly, he does. Yes.
There haven't been many. I mean, there's a lot of many batsmen have got in this match.
Well,
but,
a notable
3 in the 90s.
Well, a notable one was a run shy. Mason Crane.
Jake Weatherald managed it. Can Johnny Tatisol? Looks around him. No real changes to the field. There are plenty of gaps if he can find one. Gorvin is in. He's turning it off his legs. He's going to run the first one quickly. He's going to get the second. He's got it wide of mid-wicket, and he crosses for the second. You can hear the cheers from the Leicestershire balcony. Johnny Tatisol in his second game for Leicestershire, his first this season, has gone to 3 figures. It's been hard work for the Yorkshireman, but he's made his point, really. He gets a hug and of congratulations from Ben Cox, takes off his helmet, raises his bat to the balcony and to the spectators. His 100 has come off 191 deliveries, and it will mean a lot. It's important, I think, for him just to make a point at his new club. Gorvin is in to him. He turns it out to mid-wicket. That should be 2 more, and it will be. He said yesterday when we interviewed him that he hadn't expected necessarily to come straight into the side, and having finally gotten an opportunity, clearly he's making the most of it. Moves on to 102, 530 for 5. The lead now 90. Will he pick it up now? Look to be a little bit more positive. Van der Hoogten slowing things up at mid-on. Eventually tosses the ball to Gorvin. who is in and bowls. Clipped off his legs nicely by Tatisol again. Exactly the same place, deepish mid-wicket. This time Van der Hoogten runs back from mid-on to deep mid-wicket. And again, Tatisol takes 2, so 3 consecutive 2s. They'll be working up a bit of a sweat out there in the sun. 5:32 for 5, the lead now 92.
You'd think they'd chance their arm a bit.
Surely now.
No, they can't lose this game, obviously. So, I mean, the draw, obviously the favourite.
Corvin in, bowls. Fuller outside off stump, stroked by Tatisol, but not timed out to mid-off. He remains 104. Yeah, my guess was sort of half an hour before lunch, really. It may not matter too much how far they are ahead by that stage. Possibly 160, something like that. But they have to have a little dart before lunch, you would have thought. Corvin is in, bowls, on punched by Tatisol out towards mid-on. Van der Hoogten running towards the ball, doesn't gather it cleanly, and it goes a few feet behind him, but no harm done. There was always going to be 1, and it didn't go far enough for there to be 2. That's all 105. I think his best is 190. So he's not going to get that. But it's his best for Leicestershire for sure. Corvin is in and bowls. Cox is forward and blocking it out towards Van der Hoogten. End of Corvin's first over of the morning. 26 overs, 1 for 85. Here's his figures.
Came off 191 balls, including 6 fours.
So you hear the details.
Just 6 fours. That's not many, is it? In a
Been a workmanlike knock.
Yeah.
So are they going to go through the gears? I mean, they're the only team that can remotely put pressure on Glamorgan. So a lead of 93, 33 added to the overnight tally, with Tatisol and Cox still there, and it will still be Kieran Carlson from the River Taff end, chopped into the offside, just evades point. They'll get 2 at the very least. They'll probably get 3. Yes, they will. As the throw comes back in. Yes, Bronwydd is a little village outside Carmarthen, and I remember playing there for a good few years. We were never in the same division as Bronwydd, so they were usually end of season friendlies, but I always remember it A, being a good batting track, and B, it was always like this. The sun always shone. So it must have been something about that patch just outside of Carmarthen. Good teas as well at Bronwydd. Kieran Carlson. Other clubs also available. Strong hotbed down there, and the Llanelli area. South Llanelli, Kidwelly, Llanelli itself. Pwll on the Pwll, which means pool.
Bang you on the back
is on the Millennium Coastal Path in Llanelli. Very windy down there. Smacked over mid-wicket, dispatched, and hasn't got for a full complement. 4. So Tatisol might be starting to manoeuvre. Yes. It was short, dragged down, and dispatched, given what it deserved. Ponteberem, there's a very, very strong cricket, few cricket clubs down that area.
Hardly dare ask how you spell that name of that village.
Pwll, P-W-L-L. Paddle, reverse sweep, but it brings short third or...
no vowels at all.
Yes, the W
P-
is a vowel.
P-
W.
W is a vowel.
W is a vowel.
Okay.
Kieran Carlson in. No, Pwll is pool, simply pool. I don't know what division they were. Good tradition down there. Kieran Carson coming in, bowls, and that's slogged towards court long on. So Tatisol, his innings comes to an end. He had decided that he needed to get going, and that was caught. Didn't get hold of it, and it was, I believe, a tribe over that long on. So it's the 6th wicket to fall, the 2nd for Kieran Carson. And it was a smart catch taken by Asa Tribe, diving forward.
Yeah, he was about 10 yards inside the ropes and had to get to about 15, 16. It was a good catch.
Second for the captain. Tatisol departs for 112 and quite rightly receives the applause from the crowd here and from his own team on the balcony.
Well, he got the lead past 100, now 101.
Yes, 101 the lead now.
Coming to the wicket should be Ben Green, who can give the ball a right old thump. Played a lot of one-day cricket for Somerset, of course, and indeed it does look like the broad shoulders of Green.
The incoming batter for Leicestershire is Ben Green.
As confirmed by Dr. Hignell, Ben Green comes in after the 6th wicket to fall. But that email regarding Bronwyn is part of a wider point regarding the age-old problem of points for drawn matches, which is argued at length every year. And yeah, it's one that's gonna, it's never resolved, is it really?
Yeah, when I played my club cricket, for the most part, draws weren't a thing. It was pretty much limited over cricket, 45 or 50, or on Sundays sometimes 40. Obviously in the evenings, sort of 20 over stuff. But there were no draws as such. You couldn't bat out for a draw. It was one-day cricket with a red ball essentially. But it was Yorkshire, so nobody really threw the bat anyway. Just didn't do that in those days. And if you lost, well, that's okay.
So that was end of the over. Gorvid still coming in from the Cathedral Road end.
Probably bowled the ball of the day yesterday, didn't he, Andy Gorvin? He worked away and then finally got one just to nip back at Stevie Eskenazi, clipped the top of middle. In he goes and bowls fullish to Ben Cox, who drives pleasantly but without putting his full weight into it. And Dixon, who has migrated to mid-off, moves across to field. If Cox goes past 50, it'll be the 3rd time in as many innings that he's done that. Gorvin is in to him. Forward goes Cox and defends out into the offside. 44 and 60 against Sussex in the first game. 162 against Surrey in the only innings Leicestershire played at the Oval, and now 45 not out here in Cardiff. So that, to go with his excellent keeping, has made it an excellent start to the season for Ben Cox. Gorvin is in to him. He's stroking it out into the offside. Not too much foot movement out to deep extra cover where Zain Ul Hassan throws all the way to Chris Cook. The sun hatted, wisely hatted anyway, all the other Glamorgan players in their club caps. Obviously, with the exception of Cook, who's standing up to Gorvin, so he's helmeted behind the stumps. Gorvin turns. And he goes, bowls, leg stump. He's appealing for leg before, but he isn't appealing for leg before. He's appealing because it went into the pad and ran out gently towards backward square. Cook got there first, running out from behind the stumps, and the leg by is signalled by umpire O'Shaughnessy.
Yeah, definitely warmer than yesterday. And those opposite us have to take care.
Gorvin in, bowls, leg stump, a little bit too full, not quite a half volley, but not far off. But Green, having just come in, just clips it away calmly down towards deep square, deep backward square, and gets off the mark with his one. No, he doesn't. It was Cox, I beg your pardon. Cox taking one there. So he moves on to 47. They're very different figures. There was no excuse for that. He's a good head shorter, is Ben Cox. In goes Gorvin to Green, who's solidly forward. A much bigger unit altogether, Ben Green, compared to his namesake Ben Cox, and blocks it out to Van der Hoogten at mid-on. 544 for 6, the lead 104. Lunch obviously taken at normal time, then tea is set in stone on day 4, so it's not a case of waiting until 32 overs left to be bowled, but at the moment the odds very much favouring a 10-5 or thereabouts shake of the hands.
Kieran Carlson took a wicket in the last over, continues from the River Taff end. That's just prodded towards extra cover, and there's no run. I'm glad you took my advice and went to the curry house that I suggested last night, Richard, as Carlson comes in. And that squeeze to point, there's no run. It's called the Cinnamon Tree. Other curry houses are available, and there are many good ones in this area as well. But,
what pleased me particularly after this delivery?
Carlson coming in, right arm over again. This just between extra cover and point, which means they can take a single.
Was that prominently displayed behind glass? Was a shirt belonging to Mark Cosgrove, who represented both these counties with considerable success. Captained Leicestershire for a couple of seasons, Cosy.
Well, there used to be, well, there still is a watering hole adjacent to the Sophia Gardens ground. It's changed hands, and I'll Carlson in, and that's squeezed out to just where third man would have been, and that is 50 up as they come back for a second.
No, 3. Beg your
pardon. It's
Green.
So Cox is still in 48. I've jumped the gun, but Cox is on strike because they run 3. Apologies. So chance for him to get to his half century. Carlson in, but that's blocked by Cox. Cosgrove, yes, there used to be a watering hole named the Mochindi, which in Welsh, in English, it's called the Black Pig. It's changed hands. Carlson in, and that was a favourite for Cosy.
I remember coming here when he was with Leicestershire, and yes, he knew he was straight in there after play. I think most evenings.
Yes, the bar sales were very good during his tenure.
There was something of the Norman cheers about it when he walked in. Cosy.
Yes, popular figure in these parts, as he was at Leicester.
But, he liked to relax after play, but he never affected the way he batted. He was brilliant for Leicestershire. Scored his runs with great skill and quickly, and plenty of them as well. Gorvin is into Ben Green. That's going down the leg side, young man, as he turns with his hands in the air, having thumped the delivery into Green's front pad, but it just did seem back a little bit, and it was going on down the leg side, and Gorvin turned. I think he knew, and he basically looked up at the sky as he appealed. His head was thrown right back. He wasn't looking at the umpire. He knew. Turns, runs away from us, and bowls on off stump this time. Again, it might just have come back a fraction, because Green, looking to drive, gets it off a thick inside edge. And they're sort of trying to be positive now, and it's very hard. The ball is soft, coming up to what? Almost 79 overs old, the ball. So that there's a new ball available if Glamorgan want it, but we don't think they'll take it. Gorvin is in and bowls. Good delivery, straight, and Green defends.
Of course, he had 2 spells at Glammy, Cosgrove. He was here for a season, I would think, around 05, 06, and then he came back for a couple then towards the end of that decade.
I think he had 4 or 5 years at Leicestershire, consecutively. Gorvin is in, a little bit short. Green stands up tall though, doesn't try and whack it away, just blocks it back down the pitch towards Andy Gorvin. Well, coming up to an hour, and they've added only, 48 runs, Leicestershire. The tempo hasn't changed at all, has it, from yesterday? Or indeed?
No, Tatisol did, but to his demise. But no, we haven't seen any fireworks, as Nick suggested earlier.
Gorvin is in, grunt, familiar now grunt of effort, and it's straight, and Green just stands up and almost lets ball hit bat, blocks it out into the offside, wanders off towards short leg. It suggests really that they're thinking in terms of time rather than runs, really. Bat until 12:30, something like that. They're 108 ahead. Could regret it if Glamorgan were to be 7 down or something. Well, that's a big hit, and he's bowled. Or an attempted big hit from Ben Green. It was full, it was on off stump. He went for the huge straight hit, thick inside edge onto leg stump, which is leaning back. So once again, it sort of mitigates against the big hitting, and Andy Gorvin's getting some late reward here. Fullish, thick inside edge onto the stumps, and Ben Green, disconsolate, wanders off. He's gone. Bowled Gorvin for 3, and Leicestershire a 4, 5, 4, 8, 4, 7.
Yeah, I mean, Leicestershire obviously aren't going to lose this game, but will they rue the small opportunity, the small window to up the ante, so to speak, with that 7th wicket to fall?
Yeah, I mean, Glamorgan might get things back in their own control, or in their own hands to some extent here, if they take what we expect will be 2 wickets, with Leicestershire not likely to want to risk Weatherald.
Richard Ray departs for the time being. Nick rejoins on commentary duties. What's your view on this wicket, Nick? I'm just thinking it's going to be very, very difficult anyway this season for Glamorgan, given that they've been promoted.
Yeah, I think they will want and possibly expected more turns, so that it would help Crane in particular. The not having Ben Callaway sort of sets back that, in that you haven't got 2 frontline spinners, despite the efforts of Carlson to fill in.
That is a problem until he's back fit. When that is, I'm not sure. He's not going to be playing down at Southampton, we're told. So hopefully the following home game against Somerset.
Yeah, I mean, he looked to be walking up the pavilion steps earlier with no discomfort still, so hopefully he's nearing some sort of fitness, and maybe if we keep our eyes on things, he might be bowling at during the lunch interval, which they tend to with those coming back towards fitness. Cosgrove, you mentioned, played for Glamorgan championship games between 2006 and 2010. He might have been...
I thought he had a brief stint a couple of years prior to that. I may be wrong.
His T20 career for the county may be different years. No, 2007 to 2010. It wasn't all consecutive. I think he did have a season or two where he played a bit less and didn't have a much warm-up going into T20 Blast and didn't get any sort of rhythm going. So he was better when he played the whole season. Leicestershire got a 12th man out in attendance for Ben Cox, just having a wipe down, as he's joined by Ajaz Patel, the Kiwi Indian-born spinner who had 4 games for Glamorgan in 2022. And, well, I suppose if Glamorgan claim these last 2 wickets quickly, then they're going to as long as a bat out. But on the other hand, there won't be so much of a deficit. So there might be a bit of negative bowling to come from Glamorgan. A new ball will be available after this over if they take it. But we've been suggesting they may not.
It's Carlson who will continue. He's already picked up...
He's bowling in a cap.
...the wicket of Tatisol this morning, who got to his century.
Has he forgotten to take his cap off, or is he just ultra cautious with the sunshine?
Well, I'm not sure. I seem to remember some spinner will pick up this conversation after he comes in. Bit of a rejig of the field as Colin Ingram is down at short fine leg. They're in position, still a defensive field. Long on, it's mid-off as Carlson comes in. I seem to remember, do you remember Greg Matthews for Australia? I think he used to bowl with his cap on. There probably were others. Anybody who's listening out there with suggested names, that's played through the covers. There is a man sweeping in the deep.
I seem to remember possibly Jeff Boycott on the rare occasions when he bowled. For older listeners.
Still with cap on is Captain Kieran Carlson. 2 wickets to fall, Tatisol and Ben Green. And that's a optimistic shout, I would suggest, from Carlson and others. It's padded up. Carlson coming round, yes, way down. In comes Carlson bowls, and that's just prodded defensively by Ajaz Patel.
Yeah, he sent down quite a few overs, and he 46 in the first innings, Patel, and may have a bit more labour this afternoon, I suspect.
In comes Carlson bowls, that's missed everything and taken by Cook down the leg side. Ingram is now in at slip, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, extra cover, deep cover, backward point, backward square leg. In comes Carlson, and that's a nice stroke. Could be 2, no, just the 1 on offer.
Not exactly pushing it.
No, had they pushed it, there might have been a thought, but Dixon came around.
550 for 7, the lead 110. At Trent Bridge, Notts 371 for 4 in their second innings, leading by 191 runs. not likely they'll be in a position to declare there, having come from behind against Warwickshire, as it were. Surrey against Essex. Essex 51 for 1, 55 for 1 in their second innings, still 8 runs behind Surrey, so there may be a few draws around here. Yorkshire against Sussex. Sussex 80 for 3 in their second innings. That's a lead of 71 over Yorkshire. So Sussex not really in a position to set anything up. Yorkshire will do well to make a chance for themselves there. Gorvin around the wicket to the left-handed Patel at 550 for 7, down leg side, deflected away down to fine leg. They'll just jog through for the single. At Derbyshire 152 for 6 in their second innings, heading for defeat it seems, still 65 behind with 4 wickets remaining. Montgomery is 66 not out. At Chester Street, Durham need 336 to beat Lancashire, who declared on 260 for 9. Durham 36 for 1. Forward comes Cox and defends. So, with Worcestershire beating Kent yesterday, that is your lot for this round of County Championship action. As Glamorgan embark on this holding operation, wanting to keep the runs down, get Leicestershire out, but not too quickly. Be happy to see the defensive blocks from the Foxes. Gorvin bowls, and they'll take a quick single here on the leg side, scampering to get through, and for Ben Cox to reach another half century. And it's come off 134 balls here at Sapphire Gardens. Cox in very useful form with the bat. So well played to him. And it has included just 3 fours. Gorvin in bowls to Patel. Defends on the offside. No run. So there have been plenty of reasonably slow half centuries in this match. Tim van der Hoogtens took 136 balls. And it shows you how, by and large, it has been difficult to score at any rate. The 3 exceptions to that, really. Kieran Carlson for Glamorgan, Rishi Patel and Jake Weatherald for Leicestershire, as Patel is forward defending. Back to Gorvin. Doesn't seem at this point that there is much intention from Leicestershire to declare before lunch. They might be bowled out, obviously.
No intention to get going either. Or very little.
So quite an adventurous declaration for from Glamorgan in the first game here against Yorkshire, which did give the visitors something of a chance of winning. No chance of Glamorgan winning here, as Patel runs one down on the offside, but tries to get it down to third man, but it's fielded by Byram at point. Just 2 runs off the over, 5-5-2 for 7.
50 came off 134.
Well, to be fair, that declaration was a bold one, but it kept Yorkshire interested and almost paid dividends for Glamorgan as well in the end.
Yep.
So it will be Carlson. He's pulled his cap off.
No.
So for 1 over only. It will be Cox to face. It's just notched up a 50, another one. Carlson in, and that's turned on the onside. There's no run. There's Crane fields. Yeah, Crane would have thought there would have been more from this pitch. We've seen the odd deviation, Carlson coming in, but by and large, and that's walloped. And I've lost sight of it altogether. It's gone over the main... Was it 4? Yes, it was.
Yes, long
cover?
off, wide long off. Well,
right,
cover.
yeah. Sorry.
Straight cover, wide long off.
Completely lost the flight of that ball. Towards the taff end of the ground, as we see a replay. Yes, just Carlson won't want to look at that again. Short and wide, and Cox gave it the full treatment. Carlson comes in quicker that time, and that's played on the offside where Byram feels there's no run. Comes Carlson. That's paddled round the corner. They might get 2. Yes, they will. Easy 2 as Gorvin comes round from deep backward square. Yeah, the odd one, Nick, but nothing more than that for Crane. As Carlson comes in, that's just prodded into the offside. They take an easy single. 5-9 for 7, 59 added to the overnight score.
Yes, it does help when they finish on a nice round number, doesn't it? At the end of the day, 500 for 5.
And comes the captain, bowls, and that's just played late into the offside, but it's a dot ball. End of the over. So the lead is 119 for Leicestershire.
Johnson's been back with more from the West, since he played against Bronwyn in the 1980s, and for them. Next Saturday, I return, I think in an umpire's capacity, if I understand this correctly, to, is it Cwncaderi, the oak tree?
Yes, yes.
The first game of the South Wales Association season, where they welcome local rivals Tatisol. He also played for Bronwyn Bohemians, which sounds like a touring side. Sadly, alas, there's far less such cricket between clubs, though there's a resurgence of seniors cricket. Thank you, Jonathan. And so that first ball of Gorvin's over is defended by Cox back past him. Though I do see that a game between Bronwyn and Valenvoyle was abandoned yesterday. So don't know the circumstances.
Valenvoyle, Mr. Phil Bennett was...
yes. Has his statue there,
he was
doesn't
a
he?
keen cricketer.
Yes, the late Wales fly half. Worked with us on BBC for many years, and a fine man to work with. Gorvin bowls, driven back to him by Cox, gets a hand to it in the follow through. So, yes, Phil loved his cricket as well, and understand was a very useful club cricketer. 559 for 7. Yeah, at sunny Sapphire Gardens. Gorvin bowls and Cox plays gently up to mid-off. So again, we're back to the not a cloud in the sky situation, as we were on the first day of the match, when we did have a larger crowd. But plenty of scope for spectators to enjoy the weather with a little gentle cricket in the background, even if this doesn't develop into a thriller this afternoon. Leicestershire will have other hopes, of course, looking to put the pressure on Glamorgan's second innings, as that is turned away, possibly off the pad by Cox. Cook retrieves from near the square leg umpire, and he's got springy pads because that was a leg by. 560 for 7. Bringing Patel on to strike, who did have 1/2 century for Glamorgan in his brief sojourn with the club. So again, fairly leisurely, soporific, just the odd blow being struck in anger as Glamorgan put one of their offside cordon out to sweep in front of the grandstand. Gorvin bowls, Patel blocks in leisurely fashion. I mean, they don't need to go mad, but you would have thought that this tempo of game is not assisting Leicestershire's cause. It's neither fish nor fowl. Gorvin in, bowls round the wicket to Patel, who works on the leg side. No run. Gorvin, for some reason, ended with his hands in the air there. He's one of those enthusiastic bowlers who seems to indicate that he's close to taking a wicket, even if he isn't.
And roars when he releases the ball,
Yes.
much like a tennis player smashing every shot.
There's a bit of a grunt there, isn't there? 560 for 7 at the end of Gorvin's over. He's done a tidy holding job in this match. 2 for 89 off 30 overs, so going a fraction under 30 into 3. Carlson is going at exactly 30 overs, 2 for 90.
And it will be Carlson, 2 for 90. Start of his 31st over. And that's played easy single out to deep cover. It's Tim van der Hoogten. Yes, Gorvin will play through the first block. No Ned Leonard. Douthwaite, of course, will reappear for T20 action, as will possibly Jamie McIlroy. That's cut, and that's a good stop because it almost bisected a backward point, and Andy Gorvin, it was Dixon, the man who fielded well. There's a slip and a short third man. Short third is Gorvin. That's paddled round the corner on the on side, and they will take a single.
Yeah, Douthwaite's not playing and didn't play in the last 3-day game for the seconds. Such either he's got a bit of a niggle, or they're keeping him, or they're keeping him for white ball action. But a little surprised not to see him playing for the twos.
Carlson in, and that's played back to the bowler. Yes, good white bowler, white ball player, and featured well with the bat as well as ball in the T20 campaign last year. Dan Douthwaite, Carlson in. That's a straying down leg, and is stopped again by Crane that time at mid wicket. Carlson is in and bowls, and that's played firmly, too firm to take a single, and that is the end of the over. Just the 2 from it, with Leicestershire 562, so they've added 62 overnight.
Down the road at Newport, Gloucester 2's 80 for 2 against Glamorgan Sackton's wickets for Tom Norton and for the Aussie trialist Conor O'Riordan. Joe Phillips, who is a Cardiff University student and has played a bit of first-team cricket for Gloucester, he's 49 not out. Leicestershire Sackons are also in action. And the slightly ramshackle nature of the fixture list at this point, they're playing a 50-over friendly against Notts at the Lady Bay ground, which is the second ground in Nottingham. And Leicestershire are 111 for 4 in the 19th there. Budinger is captaining them. He made 44 off 40. Dunk is 38 not out. A few names from the first team there, such as Mike and Travaskis. As Mason Crane replaces Andy Gorvin, while Glamorgan attempting to twirl them out rather than continue to contain. Gorvin's had a long spell, and that is slapped back over his head by Patel, and it thuds into the advertising hoardings beneath us for 4 runs. Bit surprised that Glamorgan have brought Crane on at this point, as he gave Patel a bit of width and he struck his first boundary. 5-6-6 for 7. Crane 1 for 156. He's got a bit of a rough patch to bowl into outside Patel's off stump. And that one is... Has that one edged? Was it a chance? It's run down towards third man. No, it's just a bye.
Spat out though.
Bit of bounce for Mason Crane, and Ajaz Patel will be hoping to get that sort of bounce and difficulty when he bowls later in the day. Cook got half a glove to it, and it flew over Ingram at slip. 5-6-7 for 7. Crane will be as the rough outside the leg stump of the right-handed Cox, who plays defensively to backward point, and there's no run. So Crane enjoying an excellent match with the bat and rather chastening one with the ball. 4-5 saving the single. There's a sweep shot, and that will be runs down to fine leg. There was some bat involved, and Ben Cox gets 4 more to move to 62. 5-7-1 for 7. You might have heard the howl of frustration from Mason Crane. I think that one might have been met on the full.
I think it was, yeah.
So not the greatest of first overs back in the attack. 2 boundaries already. That's what Glamorgan don't want, is to allow Leicestershire to accelerate and declare earlier with a bigger lead and give themselves more time to bowl Glamorgan out. The lead is 131 at the moment. There's Crane in balls, defended by Cox, watching it into the bat. Ball rolls down into the gully, no run. We don't think that Jake Weatherald will return to the crease, so that means that Josh Hull is probably the only other batter to come. Crane bowls driven along the ground by Cox up towards wide long off. Hadley gets there quickly enough to dissuade them from trying a second run. So 10 off the over, and Leicestershire move on slightly more rapidly to 5-7-2 for 7.
So it's been the spin and medium pace of Andy Gorvin this morning, mainly. Haven't seen Ryan Hadley. Of course, he took a couple yesterday afternoon where he was the most effective of the Glamorgan bowlers, putting in some short pitch stuff which was successful. So it still will be Kieran Carlson to bowl, and that's cut down to the vacant third man areas, being chased by Sean Dixon, and it will be another couple. 5-7-4 for 7. Lead is 134. Still in glorious sunshine here in Sophia Gardens. It's Ben Cox, who's unbeaten on 65. Carlson coming in, bowls. Played to the offside, where they'll take an easy single, despite the throw of Eddie Byram. So, in all probability, Glamorgan need to take another 2 wickets, given the absence of Jake Weatherald, who retired hurt on Saturday evening.
Yeah, starting to see the logic now of not replacing him because they want him in the next match. And they don't particularly need him in this one. Or a sub.
Carlson is in. Yeah, he would miss the next game if he was officially subbed.
Not still going strong as they look to bat out for a draw against Warwickshire.
Carlson slapped down into the turf. Stayed slightly low.
Notts now 209 in the lead with still 6 wickets remaining.
Kieran Carlson in and on the full, on the half volley rather, played firmly by Patel, who's on 7.
Essex into the lead against Surrey, 69 for 1, 6 runs ahead.
So this the last ball of Carlson's 32nd over. That's played firmly, but there is a man out in the deep. It is Zainul Hassan, a deep cover coming around, which curbs Leicester's thoughts of going for a second. And of the over, 5-7, 6 for 7.
And Sussex against Yorkshire looks like simply running out of time as a game after 502 from Sussex, met with 511 by Yorkshire. Sussex second innings, 113 for 3. And although young James Coles is going at a pace, 43 not out of 41 deliveries, that is probably heading for a draw. Derbyshire still 6 down and 53 behind Gloucestershire in Division 2. Durham have lost a second wicket, chasing 3-3-6 against Lancashire. They're 48 for 2. And that's it. You're up to date with the county scoreboard. 5-7-6 for 7. Crane round the wicket for the left-handed Patel. Oh, that's down leg side and helped away by Patel. And it'll run away for 4 down to fine leg. And, well, even given the vagaries of leg spin bowling, and Crane has not been at his most accurate.
No, he hasn't got his arrows firing so far this morning.
Yeah, he'd be hitting ones rather than treble 20s if he... That's that. That's cut by Patel down to short third man, no run. 580 for 7. The lead 140. Crane in.
Oh.
Balls another 4. Always a giveaway.
It's one of those, yeah. I may as well have a go, but
Up in instalments. If you don't get keeper and bowler appealing at once, you might as well not bother. Need to practice their appealing.
yeah, they weren't entirely in unison there.
Crane bowls, Patel blocks. 5-8-2 for 7 in the Sapphire Sunshine, and a bit of relative calm. We thought there might be a bit of a storm coming from the Leicestershire batters, but not really, just the odd shout. That would probably have struck the stumps, actually, looking at the replay, but it is outside off stump.
Yeah.
So nothing much to worry the sunbathing spectators at the moment. Glad to see plenty of hats being worn.
Two batters come together to have a bit of a chat to say, right, shall we just motor on?
And they tried to hit the bad ball in that over, but they just seem to be blocking a lot still.
So this, still Carlson, his 33rd over, coming in, right arm over, and that's whipped. On the onside, backward square, deep backward square comes around. Andy Gorvin, that is. Back to the keeper, just a single. 5-8-3 for 7. 143 the lead. Carlson took the wicket of Tatisol this morning after he tried to get going after his century. Was out caught by Tribe for 112. That's gone through everything, taken by Chris Cook. The other wicket this morning, Ben Green bowled Gorvin for 3. Carlson coming around. There's a bit of width on that, and Patel stepped back and chopped it into the offside.
Kenneth will depart at the end of the over, and
there'll be a bit
Richard will
of
join
rejigging here as Nick comes into my seat. Carlson over the wicket to Cox, plays that steadfast back to the bowler.
I'd had 12:30 noted down mentally. I thought they might pull out then, but no sign.
No. Carlson coming in, penultimate ball in. Bowles was interested in that, but played on the onside, a single taken. Slow progress at the moment. This the last ball of Carlson's 33rd over. In he comes from the River Taff end. Bowles, better line that time, chopped into the offside where there's a misfield by, I think, is it Dixon, but they come through for a single. End of the over. Leicestershire plodding along. 5-8-5 for 7. The lead is 145.
It's a similar story in all the other First Division games, to be honest, this morning. And there is a declaration. Actually, it has come at just after past. So off goes Ben Cox, 68 not out. Off goes Ajaz Patel, 15 not out. 585 for 7. Lead is 145. So the Glamorgan openers will have to face 6 or 7 overs before lunch, I would think. There'll be a sort of 10-minute break, obviously, and they'll take a couple of overs off the day for the change of innings, or does it have to be 9? I'll have to check that. Either
it's
way,
2 off, isn't it?
Yeah, it is 2 off. Yeah, but I was just thinking of the old. You have to have an X number of overs, whatever. But that's just the final hour, I think. Anyway, do we take a little break?
We shall take
8 minutes
a
or so
break and thank Chris Drew for his thanks to us. Despite the rather slow nature of the match. Thank you, Chris. Always good to have you on board. Dr. Hicknell will read the bowling figures for those of you who like to keep a note of that sort of thing. Not that they're terribly edifying for Glamorgan. So 8-5 for 7 declared back in just under 10.
like to keep your score sheets up to date, I'll give you the Glamorgan bowling figures and the other details in Leicestershire's first innings in just a moment. So Leicestershire declaring on 586 for 7. Bangkok 68 not out. Ajaz Patel beaten on 16, and in that total there were 18 extras, 9 byes, 6 leg byes, 1 wide, and 2 no balls. Here are the Glamorgan bowling figures. Tim van der Gooten 24 overs, 3 maidens, 0 for 77. Ryan Hadley, 23 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 90. Andy Gorvin, 30 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 89. Zainul Hassan, 20 overs, 5 maidens, 0 for 42. Mason Crane, 38 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 67. Kieran Carlson, 33 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 100. And Asa Tribe bowled 1 over for 6 runs. As I mentioned, there is a second 11 game taking place at Newport today at Spitty Park, where Gloucestershire are Gloucestershire's second 11 facing Glamorgan 2s. Gloucestershire won the toss and elected to bat. After 22 overs, Gloucestershire are 98 for 3. A wicket there for Tom Norton, plus 2 for trialist from New South Wales, Conor O'Riordan, who's taken 2 for 90. And with lunch due to be taken at 1 o'clock again today, I'm delighted to say that you're very welcome to go out to look at the pitch during the interval. Once again though, we kindly ask you not to take any food or drink with you if you're going to be venturing into the middle. Two over the batting in Glamorgan's second innings, Eddie Byram and Asa Tribe. And to open the bowling for Leicestershire at the River End, Josh Davey.
So welcome back to Sophia Gardens, where Glamorgan have 16 minutes to bat before lunch to try and hold out, and in all 69 overs remain in the game if Leicestershire need and desire to bowl that long.
And already trying something new, it would appear, perhaps inspired by Ryan Hadley's exploits yesterday. Josh Davey is going to go. He's going to open the bowling for the Foxes from the River End. He's going to go round the wicket. He's going to have a leg slip and a short leg and a short-ish mid-wicket. So, as well as the one slip. So something new immediately, Nick.
Here comes Davey then. Round the wicket to Eddie Byram, who works it on the leg side, down to fine leg, and will get off the mark. First ball. But Byram not put off playing in that area, despite the fielders lurking on the leg side. Byram with a top score of 40, but 4 out of 5 of his innings have been in single figures. And he's really in a position where he needs a score today and to bat a reasonable length of time to be sure of keeping his place in the side, because he was replaced by Asa Tribe at this stage last year. Tribe is his partner this year, with Al Hassan having dropped down the order. Here comes Davey back over the wicket, but Tribe wasn't quite ready, or there was a little bit of late chat in the infield. So for the right-hander, there is a short leg, a slip, and I think he's just about gully come fourth slip, somewhere around there. Mid-wicket's very close as well for the Tribe flick off the legs. Strong through that area as Davey is in. Balls to Tribe, and that one spat a bit and has caught him on the glove, I think. He managed to play it down, but good early signs from Leicestershire. I think I can remember one delivery spitting a bit from Van der Hoogten, and Tribe going down doing a bit of prodding. Maybe there is just a little spot there, even though it's not a bowler's run through. On this hybrid pitch, just a little bit of very faint grass down the middle. The footmarks on both ends are pretty visible as Davey bowls outside off stump, and Tribe allows it to go through to Ben Cox. So Glamorgan are 145 runs in arrears. Leicestershire just need to take these wickets as quickly as possible to put some sort of pressure on later in the game. Maybe give themselves a little bit of time to bat again if necessary. So it's time and runs, a ever-moving equation, as Tribe chops that one down to point, and there is no run. As Glamorgan look not just to soak up the overs, as Davey just looking at his footmarks rather suspiciously, as if there's something of a hole at that end. Holland is now scraping away at the crease, presumably to try and make it all flat, but not sure if O'Shaughnessy would be terribly happy with that, but he lets it go on anyway. Umpires finally swapping ends. A chunk into day 4 of this match. They change after the first innings rather than after a set number of days. As Davies into bowl, Tribe pushes it comfortably up to wide mid-off, and there is no run. And Leicestershire will try and give themselves something to work off in terms of energy in the field. Expect they'd settle for 1 wicket before lunch, really, with just 11 minutes to go until the interval. Wickets column all important for both sides on this final day as Davy bowls and Tribe getting squared up, getting forward. Didn't look entirely comfortable with that one, but played it okay back to the bowler. 1 over survived, potentially 68 to go, and the Glamorgan deficit is 145 as Leicestershire continue to trample suspiciously. Holland, who of course has bowled so well here in the last couple of years, 7 wickets in last year's match and really economical in the first innings, 2 for 33 off 23. Can he continue that sort of form and give his side a chance of victory?
And he too has that slightly unexpected field involving a leg gully, 1 slip, short leg, single saving field, and a long leg, and he too is going to go around the wicket to Eddie Byram. Try and move it a little bit. In he goes and bowls. Byram just leans forward on off stump.
As they might say on 70s disco night, time to get funky. Though possibly not in the same flares and afro sporting manner.
Holland turns, and he goes, bowls, outside off stump. Byram throws the bat at it, and it goes through quite low to wicket-keeper Cox. A interesting choice of shot in the circumstances when there are 9 minutes until lunch and you're looking to bat to save the game. You should be able to bat to save the game on this pitch, but shots like that won't particularly help. Potentially, in goes Holland, bowls again. Byram is beaten on the outside edge. As that one bounces a little bit, might just have played inside the line. We'll possibly see a replay of it. We'll be able to tell you whether he just withdrew the bat a little bit. No, he didn't.
Flirted with that one.
Play, yep. A little bit of away movement, a little bit of outside swing. Second slip has gone in as a consequence. Still got the leg gully and the short leg as Holland is in. That moves away as well, but from much wider. And Byram, once bitten, is twice shy.
Yeah, might be a nerve-wracking few minutes for Eddie Byram, a man not in great form, looking to keep his place in the side for the next 3 games. Needs a score.
Holland bowls, Byram is forward, solid-ish defensive push, a little bit on the move, but very much on top of the ball, pushing it out towards backward point. It's like green out there. Rishi Patel under a sun hat is at first slip. Ajaz Patel is at a wide-ish second, almost third. Now he's just taken a step to the right, so he's at a genuine second. In goes Holland, bowls, Byram leaves. Short leg, who would normally be Weatherald. He's got his, I'm just trying to see who that is. I think it's Tatisol. It is Tatisol. And I would imagine that it's going to be Wood who will be substituting for Weatherald in those circumstances, and he will have been at leg gully. And now mid on, because it's the end of the over. 1 without loss, Glamorgan. 2 overs gone, and 3 before lunch, I would think, because Holland gets through his overs pretty quickly.
Yes, I think there might be a need for a conference between the two batters to discuss urgent matters. That might get rid of a minute or so. Here comes Davey then charging towards us. Bowls, and Tribe pushes that one to point. No run. Tribe, as so often, taking a step or two down the pitch, and after one spat at him from somewhere on a length in the first over. Short leg just rehearsing. Just rehearsing his little underarm throws at the wicket in case Tribe shuffles forward, plays it straight to short leg, and leaves himself in danger of a run out. This down leg side, Tribe makes no contact. It may sound fanciful, but it is the way that Kieran Carlson got out in the first innings, coming down the wicket, playing it to short leg and falling over, basically, leaving himself outside the crease. One without loss. Glamorgan, Leicestershire declared on 586 for 7. Continuing their run-scoring form from the Oval. As Davey bowls, and Tribe plays this one on the leg side, but fielded mid-wicket by the captain. Holland, there is no run. Might be a busy boy there. Holland with Tribe's predilection to play through mid-wicket. If you're just joining us, Johnny Tatisol made 112 and Ben Cox 68 not out in the Leicestershire innings. Leicestershire looking to turn the screw as Tribe pushes that one into the offside towards cover. There is no cover fielder, and they'll go through for a single, 2 without loss. Obviously, crease occupation is the first concern for Glamorgan, but looking to get ahead, and if wickets do fall, then forcing Leicestershire to score some runs in the last innings of this game is another need for Glamorgan. On his way in is Davey, round the wicket to Byram, who has no need to play that one outside off stump. Pleased to see cricket is underway at Machen, where Wales over 70s A11 are in action against Worcestershire. A team frequently and self-deprecatingly described as the Worcestershire fossils.
Wales led by Eddie or not?
No. As Davey is in to bowl, and Byram plays that on the onside. Wales over 70s A11. I did play once as a ringer for them at the age of 59 when they were one short.
Did you have to grey up a bit? Did you add a little makeup and hobble slightly?
I wasn't any fitter than most of the 70-plus-year-olds.
Are they allowed to do it so you can have one or two who are...
It was a friendly match, so didn't really...
Listen, you are a capped international then. Is it hanging in the web hallway? Said cap or shirt?
I bought my own cap. I just wore a Cricket Wales cap for the occasion.
I once got selected for the age group GB triathlon side. But you were required to buy your own kit at considerable expense, plus cover your own travel expenses.
Dear.
Yeah, it was purely a prestige thing, and an extremely expensive one. As Ian Holland goes in and bowls down the leg side, flicked at slightly by Tribe, but it was a long way down the leg side. Good work by Cox, who was a good 4 or 5 steps away down to his left, and Leicestershire bowlers haven't quite got the direction.
It's a little bit of a danger, though, to play at all at those deliveries.
It is. You never, you'd feel a bit unlucky, and I guess he's bowling with a leg sort of slip in the hope or possibility. In goes Holland, does bowl on off stump this time. Tribe walking forward into the defensive push out to Ben Green, just forward of point.
It's funny how it looks like an impenetrable field when you're in a defensive mindset, doesn't it? I'm sure they will try and pierce the field, but cramping Glamorgan's style at the moment, as they intend to.
In goes Holland, and Tribe again using his feet to get forward on off stump, defending out into the offside.
12:59, 3 balls remaining. Don't think they're going to get another over in. Richard will go and tell BBC Radio Leicester listeners all about it, as Holland is in to bowl a short delivery that Tribe pulls in controlled fashion out towards mid-wicket. It's fielded by the sweeper coming round from deep square, and he picks up a second single, 3 for naught. Glamorgan trail by 143 runs. Should get an update for BBC Radio Wales in the next couple of minutes. Clock has ticked on to 1300, so Leicestershire won't get another over in. They will get 2 more balls to bowl at Eddie Byram, as he defends the first of those out on the offside, and there's no run. So Leicestershire declaring on 586 for 7. Giving themselves a lead of 146 and allowing themselves 69 overs to bowl Glamorgan out. This is the last ball of the 4th over, the final one of the morning session, if it's a legitimate delivery. So Holland bowls, Byram defends, and that will be lunch, with Glamorgan 3 without loss, 143 runs in arrears, and we'll be back with further commentary at 1:40 here on BBC Sport Online.
I've got some lunchtime scores from the other games taking place elsewhere. We'll just pop back briefly to City Park in Newport, where it's lunch there, day 1 of the second 11 game between Gloucestershire and Glamorgan at lunch. Gloucestershire 127 for 3. Elsewhere in the Rothesay County Championship, starting at Chesterley Street, where Durham, chasing a target of 336 to beat Lancashire, are 36 for 1. Durham are 99 for 2 at lunch. At Headingley, Sussex in their second innings are 158 for 4, so they're leading Yorkshire by 149 runs. It's lunch at Derby, where Derbyshire are 107.
Glamorgan are 3 without loss in their second innings. That's still 143 runs behind Leicestershire, and so it'll be a defensive operation for the Welsh side for the remaining 65 overs of the day available. Leicestershire declared on 586 for 7, with Tatisol hitting 112 and Cox 68 not out. Glamorgan need to bat out the day. They're 3 without loss at lunch.
A reminder that if you're seeking a score sheet for this game, they're available free of charge from reception. That's where you can also purchase a copy of the 2026 Glamorgan yearbook. The Glamorgan Club shop, run by Missouri Sports, is also open, situated opposite Gate 2, and is selling a wide range of cricket equipment and other items, including replica kits. As far as refreshments are concerned, a full range of food and drink can be obtained in the Pyramid Cafe, situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion. Don't forget there's a 10% discount for Glamorgan members and season ticket holders on all food sales. Hot and cold drinks and snacks can also be purchased from the mobile unit beneath the Casket Harrow stand at the Cathedral Road end of the stadium. Snacks can also be purchased from the vending machine at the rear of the indoor school. With glorious sunshine set for the rest of the day, don't forget please to hydrate and to use the free of charge water refill points at various locations around the stadium. Shortly we're going to be delighted to see the pupils visiting today from Christ College Brecon, who are going to be playing on the outfield and giving us a demonstration, together with the community coaches, giving us a demonstration of their quick cricketing skills. The Museum of Welsh Cricket is also open today. It's situated on the first floor of the National Cricket Centre. Amongst the new displays is one which is a tribute to our late Chief Executive Hugh Morris. There's also a short film looking back on Hugh's life and his immense contribution to the game. We're very grateful to Hugh's family for making available the items on display, as well as the images in the film loop. Don't forget there's also a special brochure called Hugh Morris, A Life in Cricket, which has been produced and is available for purchase either in the museum or from reception. It costs just £10, with all proceeds going to the Lindra Cancer Hospital. And the museum also has a number of second-hand cricket books and old Glamorgan yearbooks, which, together with a range of other items and souvenirs, are on sale to raise funds for the running of the museum. And the museum will be open until the end of the tea interval. Don't forget the tea interval today is fixed at 3:40, so the museum will be closing just after 4 o'clock. Finally, a reminder that we stand against all forms of discrimination. There is no place for it in sport. We will embrace and celebrate differences everywhere, knowing that with diversity, together we are stronger. Here at Glamorgan County Cricket Club, we are dedicated to raising the game. So, if you witness any form of discrimination, you can challenge it and call it out by contacting with strictest confidence your nearest steward. Thank you very much. Diolch yn fawr iawn.
principles, but if you don't like the music, I got a few more. That's what most of them look like now.
Gathering in front of the pavilion are the boys and girls who are visiting us today from Christ College Brecon, together with tour guides Mandy and Tony. We hope, boys and girls, that you've enjoyed your day here at the home of Glamorgan County Cricket Club. And we look forward to seeing you back here again very, very soon. They are, of course, about to form this afternoon's Guard of Honour.
A very warm welcome back to Sophia Gardens, a sun-drenched Sophia Gardens on the final day's play of this Rothesay County Championship match between Glamorgan and Leicestershire. So the situation is as follows. Prior to lunch, Leicestershire declared on 585 for 7. That was a lead of 145, and Glamorgan have made, I won't say steady progress. They are 3 for no wickets, with Byram and Tribe striding in. But it is a case of just seeing this one out, and Richard Ray depends how much genuine, in inverted commas, cricket we're going to see in this second session.
My guess is that they will, Leicestershire that is, all out effort for 25, maybe 30 overs, with while the new ball is still a little bit hard at least, and if nothing as much has happened, then I think one or two who don't always get a chance to bowl might find themselves turning their arm over. But we should get an hour and a half, 2 hours of concentrated cricket. Could be, Kenneth, attritional.
Yes.
There's no point in Asa Tribe or Eddie Byram sort of throwing the bat or anything silly like that. They ought to be batting for their, just
playing
a
for
good
time.
chance for them. This is get a good net in. Byram needs a bit of time at the crease, doesn't he?
He does. He's got a top score 40, but hasn't been consistent and hasn't nailed that top order place alongside Asa Tribe, who is taking guard. And it will be Josh Davey, to continue from the river end, and Tribe gets right behind that in defensive mode, plays it at mid-wicket. The couple of wickets that fell this morning were that of Johnny Tatisol after getting to 3 figures. He was caught. Tribe bowled Carlson for 112, and Ben Green was bowled Gorvin for 3, and as Davey comes in and bowls, and that's played firmly but stopped at mid-wicket. Cox made a half century.
So 17 wickets in the first 3 days and a session. It's not very many.
No, and I was just speaking to Nick when he came in to the commentary box that at the very least Mason Crane would have been expecting more turn on this wicket, and it is going to be an issue because survival is going to be difficult anyway for both sides, having gone up as Davey comes in, right arm over, and that's flipped just straying down leg slightly. So the fact that the wicket hasn't aided the bowlers very little anyway will be a concern.
Yeah, I've already had a couple of emails and messages saying, this is the second consecutive match Leicester have played on, quote unquote, a road. Something needs to be done, really. That said, in fairness to Glamorgan, this wicket, they tell me, there was a little bit of movement on it last year, so they were hoping that it would be a little bit more responsive than it has been.
Josh Davey comes around to the left-handed Eddie Byram that plays solidly, punches it back toward the bowler.
Conditions have probably mitigated against it as
Probably.
well. We've had barely a cloud for 4 days, and I mean, it is genuinely hot out there today.
Yeah.
And the pitch is absolutely, even it's a hybrid, so even the green sort of plasticky tufts look pretty brown. They're just about visible, but barely. The rest of it burnt.
Yeah,
biscuity.
Scorched earth. As Davey wheels round from the River Taff end, coming around the umpire to Eddie Byram. Oh, and that's nicked, and it just misses the outstretched hand of the wicketkeeper. Flew through.
Pitch short, I think, of Cox. He's going to have to hope so, because straight between Cox and
Just
Patel,
having a
did
look
it
at
carry?
that again? It flew off the bat. No,
miles short. Miles short.
No, I just thought it. My initial thought that it had, but it was just died on him.
It completely, yeah.
So
it's a genuine edge, and but 5, 6, 7 feet short of Ben Cox or Patel.
by Byram, which was just as well. In comes Davy to Eddie Byram, leaves outside off stump. And that is the end of the over. 8 for no wickets.
And that was taken down by Cox's ankles.
And they'd moved forward.
Correct. They both stepped forward. It's dying a death, I'm afraid, the pitch. So Holland will have a go along with Davy, and I think they'll go to Ajaz Patel fairly quickly in the hope that the spinner might, with the seam still a little bit prominent and the ball hard, might just get a bit of response. But there are no real footholds for him to bowl into either. You can just about see the sort of first mark where the bowler's been landing, but that's too close to the bat. Beyond that, there's nothing. So Holland is going to sort of keep up the slightly different feel that he would normally have, i.e. a leg slip and a short leg, as he wanders in from the Cathedral Road end of the ground. Tribe just slightly, deflects it out towards backward point where Ben Green is the fielder. So just one slip, conventional slip, Rishi Patel. Ajaz Patel at leg slip. John Tatisol at short leg. And those are the three close fielders. Ben Cox obviously aside. Lewis Hills at wideish mid-off. Green at backward point. Davy at mid-on as Holland is in. Tribe is shuffling forward, just trying to negate any early movement, any hint of movement. And it slightly closed the bat face on that one as he pushed it back down the pitch. There is a long leg. Josh Holt stretching away down there. See him before long, I would think. It'll be short spells for the opening bowlers. Holland is in and bowled a little bit straight and worked firmly into the ground, but bounces nicely for Tatisol, who makes as though to hurl the ball at the stumps, doesn't bother doing so.
Tribe, as you said, will be eager to just get a good net in many ways after he had a knock in the second innings against Notts, 85.
Holland, shortish run in, a little bit short delivery as well, and Tribe can stay back and just wristily work it past Eskenazi at mid-wicket out towards the sweeper.
Scored for the England Lions, of course, on tour against Australia A, and some in dispatches were talking about him in terms of test honours. I think he needs to play a bit in Division 1 of county cricket. Able cricketer, more than able, of course, he's very talented.
I'd be amazed if he was
he needs
picked for England this summer. The Lions, maybe.
Yeah, but he was...
Holland is in round the wicket, bowls on two-leg stump, played down into the ground by Byram. Stopped, but not cleanly by Tatisol.
He was mentioned by Vaughan, wasn't he?
Yeah, well, he seems to have a certain amount of influence, Michael Vaughan, but not officially.
No. But no, I think he needs to get a fair few games in Division 1 under his belt and needs to score in Division 1.
He needs to score, big runs. This is why for Rishi Patel I was disappointed when he batted so nicely, and if he'd backed up his big century at the Oval with a big century here, as Holland is in bowls fuller this time, almost chipped back to him. He just deceived Byram a little bit there. It was a slower delivery, foolish. It swung in a little bit, and on the walk, Byram chipped it back, straight back up the pitch, and it was just in the air for a few feet, only a few inches off the burnt surface, but it landed well short of Holland. I should add that Tom Scriven is out there. He and Wood will alternate 12th man duties for Weatherald, who is being kept off the pitch as a precaution, essentially.
Tribe was caught recently in the
glare of the
out in the Middle East. He was out in Abu Dhabi when it all kicked off. He's been played for Pal Royals in South Africa. Here is Davy 2. tribe. And oohs and ahs, because Leicestershire seemed to think that was close to short leg.
Well, it went through his hands. He hit it very cleanly, but it was in the air and it just went straight through his hands. It's one of those that actually has to smack into the palm of the hands. But strictly speaking, you have to say that was a chance. Watch this.
It
Bang,
was
straight through him low, and it's one of those that he might just have picked up, but he's down on his, well, he was down on his bottom for a while in disappointment there, John Tatisol.
10 for none. As Josh Davey comes round to Eddie Byram. Oh, there's a big shout, and yes, it looked good initially, and Byram's been caught LBW. Didn't get forward, and we'll have a look at the replay. It just had that sense.
Did a bit swung in, didn't it?
The only question would have been had it done too much. But let's have a look, because he is coming around to Byram. No, I think he's caught there. I think he's hitting middle and leg, and it just held its shape enough. And Byram departs. So an early blow for Glamorgan, 10 for none. As
Eddie Byram was
LBW Davey for 5.
I think it was a bit of a giveaway, because having been struck around about the knee roll on the back foot, pretty much in front, he quickly moved his leg outside, almost in the same movement, outside leg stump. But when you see where it hit him and where the leg was, that was pretty out.
Yeah.
It just looked like a man just searching for a bit of touch, isn't he, Eddie Byram, at the moment?
It's not working for him at the moment,
No.
and he trudges off disappointingly. It's another disappointing innings for Eddie Byram, who needs some runs for his confidence.
Incoming batter for Glamorgan is
As does
Zainul
Zainul Hassan. So they'll be trying to build a bit of pressure here with Leicestershire.
Well, they've got the relatively early breakthrough, 6.2 overs. Obviously, the first 4 of those overs were pre-lunch. But Josh Davey will be delighted about that, because he didn't pick up a wicket in the first Glamorgan dig, did he? I don't think. So that's his first wicket as a contracted Leicestershire player, so to speak, a permanent Leicestershire player, because obviously the previous Leicestershire wickets he took on loan, a one-off loan.
Glamorgan's woes and issues at the top of the order continue. Of course, there's no Sam North East to steady the ship, so to speak, after departing last season. Kent struggling, continuing to struggle in Division 2. So they have brought in a slip as they go on the hunt for a second wicket, Leicestershire. Mid-off, mid-on. Short leg.
Beg Josh's pardon, of course he picked up a wicket in the first innings as well, didn't he?
Mid-wicket. There's a leg slip in place as well. Bit of pressure here on Zainul Hassan, who's forward. And it dribbles out to point, and there's no run.
He had, in fact, it may have been the last wicket to fall, Andy Gorvins. Swatted him to Ian Holland, didn't he? Chipped him to Holland. Yeah. So ignore everything I was saying about Josh.
So Zainul Hassan, who was opening last year, wheeling round is Davey, buoyed by that first wicket coming in, around to Zainul Hassan, and that's a whisker away as well, went through to Cox.
That was a delivery from a man with his tail up, wasn't it? Lifted and straightened a bit.
Oh, yeah. Zainul Hassan will say that he's left it well. Yeah, a bit of lift for Davey. Good over. as they build pressure on the hosts. Davey is in, and Ul Hassan gets forward. A lot of encouragement for the bowler. Another dot ball. Cracking over this for Josh Davey.
Pitch hasn't changed. It's all about pressure, isn't it?
Pressure,
in match situations.
Indeed. And a few batters out of form, out of touch as well, which adds to the mix. Davey coming in, last ball of the over, charges in. Oh, and that again is played. It evaded short leg. It went square, and they come back for a second.
Yeah, it didn't go through the hands.
No,
it was wide.
It was wide.
John Tatisol.
End of a brilliant over. Wicket taking over for Josh Davey with Glamorgan 12 for 1. They trail 134, but it is as much about time on this last day.
Yeah, maximum of 62 overs remaining. I suppose Leicestershire could squeeze in if a lot of those overs were to be bowled by the spinners, an extra over or two, but it'll be 62 at the most, I would think, if we have them all, which remains unlikely, but you never know. Leg slip and short leg and slip go down as Holland goes in and bowls short, and it's pulled for I think it's going to... No, Scriven's going to cut it off. He hit it down into the ground. We were saying, as Tribe picks up too, that the outfield here is beautifully lush and beautifully hard and smooth, but it's not that fast. Curious, maybe because it's so lush. At the Oval, it's very fast, and at Grace Road, the Upton Steel Grace Road, it is lightning fast because there's not much the grass on it. It's just very, very hard. Holland is in. Tribe again is walking down the wicket, this time pushing off. Holland saw him coming and banged it in a bit shorter, and Tribe, despite being 4 or 5 feet down the wicket, played it off the sort of with his weight on the back foot out to mid-wicket, where Eskenazi is the fielder.
One of his favourite shots off his legs, very strong on the leg side, but it does obviously bring LBW into play.
Holland is in. Fuller this time, and Tribe this time leaves his bat, doesn't walk down, just plays a solid, very solid forward defensive. I was going to say, I wonder if he did it every ball, Cox would maybe think about standing up, because Holland is not expressed by a long way. Early 70s, maybe the odd one nips through in sort of mid to 75, 76 sort of area. No more than that you wouldn't have thought. In he goes, bowls, and it's very wristily turned away because it's slightly short of a length out to Scriven in front of the stand that's had various monikers over the years when I've been here. I think it's dedicated to an engineering company at the moment, the Pro Steel stand, the Pro Steel engineering stand. It's been I think, like the pavilion, it was the really Welsh stand for a while.
I think it was, yeah. Built for the 2009 opening Ashes Test match. There will be a one-dayer between England and India in July. I think it's around the 16th.
That'll be a sellout.
That is a sellout. It's already a sellout.
I would imagine. How much does the ground hold when it is a sellout?
Oh, I think it's around 15,
16?
Yeah, around there. That is the 16th, and then there's a...
Holland continues round the wicket to the left-handed Zain Ul Hassan again. It's turned in the air and not far wide off Tatisol, who reached out with his right hand. It didn't go through the hand this time and ran straight out to green in front of square on the leg side. But the oohs and the ahs, Ajaz Patel still has his hands on his head, because certainly the left-handers, first of all Byram and now Zain Ul Hassan, turning the ball in the air into the leg side. Holland looking to swing it in, occasionally straighten one to the left-hander, bowl slowly looking for the sort of in-swinging Yorker. It's a bit leg stumpish, and it's played into the ground, not entirely convincingly, by Zainul Hassan, and it goes directly on the bounce to John Tatisol. So Leicestershire sort of making things happen despite the pitch. 15 for 1. Glamorgan. They need another 131 to make Leicestershire bat again or survive for 61 overs.
Yeah, I think this is just pressure, and as mentioned, batters just out of touch, namely Byram, who has departed, and Zain ul Hassan. The second international is that of there's a T20 international against Sri Lanka. That is in September. They'll be hoping for better weather than last year, where the South African game was almost a washout. I think they played a 9-over thrash, and there's barely anyone here, unfortunately, as Davey continues his spell from the River Taff end, right arm over to Tribe, who gets behind that, and again whips it through mid-wicket, and very strong in that area, comes through for a single. The previous year, of course, they had the England-Australia game, which was a brilliant match. England won, and it was a Friday, so it was packed to the rafters. But that India game will mean one thing for me in this area: I will not be able to park anywhere because vehicles will be left. They'll get parking tickets, but they won't care, because if you're sharing a car, what is it? A couple of bob each. As Davey comes around to the left-handed Zainul Hassan, slip in place, and that strays down leg is taken by Cox.
Chance for the Bowls Club to make some money. I don't know whether I don't know what the system is. It's where we are given parking, and very grateful we are during championship games. There's a Bowls Club in Sophia Gardens on the other side of the National Sports Centre of Wales. We were remarking, incidentally, Kenneth, this is the first time I think I've been to this lovely ground and not seen any hockey going on at the National Hockey Centre at all.
No.
Normally the constant use.
In comes Davey and bowls, and that's driven firmly, but too firm to take a single to mid-off. Yes, there's usually drills going on.
Games, drills, all
behind
sorts.
us here at Sophia Gardens. There's a couple of tennis courts as well. Just a short, I don't know if you've seen them, Richard, on your travels, but towards Llander Fields, which is about 10-minute walk to the left, there is now a paddle centre.
Okay.
Like everywhere else. They're popping up as Josh Davey comes in. Very popular. Not cheap. Not cheap, but it's very difficult to get a court there.
Well, I suspect they won't be the only paddle courts that are built in this vicinity. They are going up at an extraordinary extent. Certainly in Spain.
Fan?
No, I've never tried it. It's it's gentle tennis, isn't it?
Well, it's a cross between tennis and squash, isn't it? Elements of both games. Court is smaller. Rackets, or bats if you want to call them, are smaller. In comes Davey. It's meant to be more an easier game it's not as technical, but it's taken seriously, very seriously. So yeah, they were built very quickly on Llander Fields. Dare I say, there'll be more popping up.
For sure. Well, Leicestershire are trying all sorts of interesting fielding positions.
Fielding positions.
Silly mid-on has gone in now as well.
Short leg still in place as Davey steams in from the River Taff end, bowls. Oh, and Ul Hassan had a little nibble at that, and it flew through to keeper Ben Cox, and he survives, but He's looking slightly edgy, is Zain ul Hassan. Glamorgan 16 for 1, they trail by 130.
Yeah, his body language suggested it might have kept a fraction low. They were talking about that last night, Leicestershire, that one or two were starting to keep low, sort of dying into the pitch. I don't know how low it kept. It wasn't the greatest shot that, as you say, the somewhat edgy ul Hassan has ever played. Tribe trying to talk his teammate up, trying to talk up his confidence. Waits as Holland goes in and bowls to him. He's going to drop it out into the offside, call Zain ul Hassan through for the quick single and make his ground comfortably. Ben Green closing on the ball from backward point, had a bit of ground to make up to get to the ball. Wasn't able to do so sufficiently quickly. 17 for 1, the deficit 129. And obviously that becomes a factor once Glamorgan get ahead, because adds massively to the time that would be taken up if Leicestershire have to go out and try and slog 60 off 3 overs or something silly like that. It could happen. So awaiting Leicestershire, because Ben Cox is saying that second slip Ajaz Patel should go wider, and he has to third slip as round the wicket goes Holland and bowls outside off stump. It did straighten, but from very wide, and Zain ul Hassan stepped forward and let it go through. So there's first slip, third slip, leg gully Eskenazi, who is telling Cox where he thinks he should be, i.e. Eskenazi, not Cox. So Cox clearly has a big input here into the fielding positions, but Eskenazi at that leg gully, and of course Tatisol at short leg, forward short leg as Holland bowls it. Little bit of in-swing shape to the delivery, but well played, solidly played by Zain ul Hassan. Off stump out to mid-off where Davey is the fielder. Holland is at mid-on. Green is almost directly behind Tatisol, in front of square on the leg side. Holland is in and bowls. Forward goes ul Hassan, dropping it out into the offside, calling for the quick single. Scriven has a long way to run to get to the ball from a backward point position, and doesn't bother trying to hurl the ball at the stumps. Nicely taken single by Zain ul Hassan, moves on to 3. Tribe has 10. Can see Patel, Ajaz that is, warming up. Green has been doing a bit of warming up as well. And of course there's Hull making up the Leicestershire front line attack. Holland over the wicket to Asa Tribe, down the leg side, gestured at by Tribe, but doesn't get anything on it. 18 for 1. Looks to be a few more people now in the River End stand. If you got your top off, be careful. Plenty of cream. It's hot out there. Holland tells his leg slip to go to, this is Ajaz Patel, square leg, shortish. In goes Holland, bowls on middle and off, and forward goes Tribe. End of the over. The 10th of the Glamorgan second innings, 18 for 1. ul Hassan 3, Tribe 10, 59 overs remain in the day. A few people sensibly covered up, but yeah, plenty of cream, folks.
Yeah, gorgeous day again in Cardiff. We've been spoilt.
It's been amazing. If this is to be my my last game at this stage, I will remember it very fondly for the weather, that's for sure.
So the bowler who's had the early breakthrough, Josh Davey, continues. Took the wicket of Eddie Byram, and it's another left-hander on strike as he comes in from the river end to Zain ul Hassan, Josh Davey, and ul Hassan gets everything behind that in defensive mode. It's a dot ball. Nick seemed to think that he saw Ben Kellaway jogging around the perimeter in the lunch break. Not sure if it was him. Someone of his build, as he tries to regain fitness, pulled up in the second game at Trent Bridge. Davey coming in around the umpire, bowls to Ul Hassan has a flash outside off stump and taken by Cox. It was a streaky attempt outside off stump by Zain Ul Hassan. We were told that Kellaway wasn't going to be considered for the fourth game, second away fixture for Glamorgan away at Southampton, which begins on Friday. The next home game the following Friday against Somerset here at Safari Gardens. So every game, obviously, goes without saying, a tough assignment in Division 1. Davey coming in, bowls and good length delivery, but played well by Ul Hassan, who's on 3. Glamorgan 128 in arrears.
Josh Holt hopping around, whether hopefully or expectantly. I suspect expectantly.
Josh Davey coming in and bowls, and that's stayed slightly lower, but Zain Ul Hassan got forward to it, and it just dribbled on the onside.
Very much a slower ball. So he almost fell over waiting for it. A bit too slow, really. And Ajaz Patel windmilling away, so a double change perhaps in the offing.
Penultimate ball of Josh Davies over, possibly of his spell. We shall wait and see if he's taken out of the action.
Yeah, this will be his 4th post-lunch. But he's bowled nicely.
Yes, he's gone into a bit of a rhythm from the river end. Ul Hassan, slightly nervy, as one would expect. Trudging in is Davey, coming around to the left-handed Zain Ul Hassan. As Leicester go on the attack, and that got slightly big on Ul Hassan. Played it and went down to where short third would have been fielding. Backward point comes around to field, and there's a single taken. But
played it well, actually, in the circumstances.
In the end, yeah. And that is the end of the over. Glamorgan are 19 for 1, and they trail by 127. Richard will take a break, and we will be rejoined by Nick Webb. There will be a change. Ajaz Patel, as we alluded to, is going to come into the attack from the Cathedral Road end. Did we identify that it was Ben Kellaway doing a few laps?
Yes, I saw him coming off and returning to the dressing room, looking slightly like someone who hadn't done an awful lot of exercise for the last few days. Though I may be doing him an injustice, but yes, it was Kellaway jogging round. He still had the speed to beat me to the tunnel, so I didn't have a chance to ask him any pertinent questions. 19 for 1 then, Glamorgan. 11 overs have been survived for the loss of Eddie Byram's wicket. as Patel comes in for his first ball of the innings, having sent down 46 overs in the first innings. And the vultures gather around the bat. There is a slip and leg slip and a shortish leg, though not the closest I've ever seen. Ben Cox now, yes, short leg, he's coming in pretty close. Ben Cox just fiddling with the field slightly from behind the stumps as Patel bowls left arm, and Ul Hassan cuts wide of slip down towards third man. He'll pick up a couple and pick up 3 as it's collected just inside the boundary by Hull, and it will be 3 runs to Zain Ul Hassan. Glamorgan with this balance, of course, to strike of how far to go after the runs and get into the lead. They still trail by 124 runs on 22 for 1.
Zain Ul Hassan needs a knock, you would suggest. He needs some time at the crease, but you could have said the same for Eddie Byram, who's departed. There is an issue at the top of the order.
Yes, he looked particularly disgruntled at being given even more than usual. I mean, I was watching from downstairs, so I didn't really have an angle. What was the view from here?
I think it straightened enough to be given. You can see why it was. It was one of those at test level, might have been challenged for going down, but
Patel round the wicket and Tribe cuts and misses. As you can hear, every false shot is being greeted with howls of approval from that infield. 2 slips and a short leg. And Tribe cuts again. This time he does make contact, and it's fielded by Hill at backward point, and there's no run. So a long afternoon of probing from Leicestershire and application and digging in needed from Glamorgan. As that's beaten the outside edge as Tribe played forward, didn't quite get to the pitch of it. And the Leicestershire boys like that. They are encouraged by proceedings as Cox removed the bails. Tribe had not overbalanced though. And Tribe assisting Cox to bang in the stumps to make sure they're firmly implanted. 2 deliveries left for Ajaz Patel. Tribe in no hurry to receive until everyone is perfectly quiet and still, as such is his right. And yeah, Tribe, I think, making a point there. He's not going to face up until everyone is in a position. He groped forward again and was beaten again. Outside off stump. He's not quite getting to the pitch of it. Trying to get forward. So Patel causing difficulties already as Tribe does manage to smother any spin on that one. Plays it out to point. 3 runs off the first ball, but 5 deliveries, several of which had Asa Tribe in some difficulty.
Got over for Ajaz Patel. And there's going to be a change at the other end as well.
There's a change of bowling as well at the river end. Coming on to bowl for Leicestershire is Josh Hull.
Thank you. Josh Hull will take over from Davey. Took the wicket of Eddie Byram. One slip in place as Ul Hassan takes guard. There is a man sweeping at steep backward square. leg gully in place, short leg, mid wicket, mid off, mid on, cover, and third man. Slip is only one slip, but it's a wide first slip. So in comes Josh Hull, left-handed slinger. That is left outside off stump by Ul Hassan, is taken by Cox. Trail by 124 to Glamorgan, but not that that figure is irrelevant, but a lot of it is going to be about time, with a maximum of just under 57 overs remaining. Whether we get anywhere near that remains to be seen. Hull in, and there's a sound but off the thigh pad, and over optimistic shout by the wicket keeper. Yeah, it all depends on the state of the game, where they on what is happening when they say enough's enough. Hull gets back to his mark. Leicestershire still on the attack as they hunt a second wicket. Hull to Ul Hassan, and that's forward offensive stroke. Crack of the bat, you could hear in the distance. Got everything on that, and there's no run.
SJS Harris has kindly sent me a video of Jeff Boycott bowling in a cap to confirm my memory.
So you were right.
After Kieran Carlson bowled an over in a cap this morning. Just the one, I think it was, wasn't it?
I think it was the one in the cap, yes it was.
Among the 30 odd he sent down.
Hull in bowls, and that's cut on the offside. Third man is in place. Some bit of a fumble, but they do come back easily for a second.
Email from Paul Moe, who says, can you clarify Kingram's, in other words Colin Ingram, eligibility status as an overseas player? Specifically why he didn't previously qualify as a Colpack, which is now obsolete, or as a homegrown UK player via residency since he's been at Glamorgan since 2015. Well, he was an international for South Africa.
It's jumped on Zainul Hassan, who plays it towards the short leg in play.
And says David Beddingham at Durham did this through UK ancestry. You're right that Colin Ingram, well, it's more than that, intends to settle in Wales. He has settled in Wales. And he is applying, as you suggest, for British citizenship. He hopes to have that through sometime towards the end of this year, calendar year.
Yeah, he...
But isn't eligible as a domestic player straight away.
In comes Hull to Ul Hassan. Or is that... come off something, but not the bat. Luckily for Glamorgan, because it was caught by short leg.
Yeah, Tatisol plunging forward to take the catch, but in vain. So, yeah, Colin Ingram, I did speak to him very briefly about this the other evening, is hoping for British citizenship later this year, but as he understands it, that doesn't mean that he'd be able to play as a domestic player next season. That would only apply the following season. Don't ask me why.
So does that mean that suggests he's going to be playing less of T20 then? Because
possibly, yeah.
Because Faruqi and McAndrew.
Yeah, there's something that Paul alludes to. So Colin Ingram as he understands it, will be a domestic player if he is still going in 2028.
All right, okay.
So the season after next, but obviously at the age of 40. That's pulled away by Tribe, but hasn't got it past the infield. Sounded nice off the bat then.
Good.
But as so often in this match, firm shots have not travelled to the boundary. 2 slips and a short leg. Patel bowls. Tribe pushes it into a gap in the offside and takes the single. Paul says Glamorgan have signed 2 other overseas players for the T20, presumably to give him a rest when needed. If he were a home player, it would extend the options even further. Well, it would, but it won't apply for this season or next season. So Glamorgan will have to pick 2 out of Ingram, McAndrew and Faruqi, depending on tactical needs. Ingram was their top scorer in the T20 last season, albeit not quite as productive as in some previous seasons. But the intention is to play McAndrew in the 2 championship games that fall in the middle of the T20 block, and therefore you would expect that McAndrew would be rested for maybe a game or 2 either side of those 2 championship matches.
Obviously, they tend to go for the pitch hitters as well. Horton featured last year, Alex Horton, and Will Smale.
Yep. There's no, you're not missing anything because Stevie Eskenazi is sticking on the giant green pads underneath his kit so that he can field close as well, and those look pretty much like T20 batting pads that he's got on there. Patel in, bowls, noodled down towards third man by Ul Hassan, who wants a single, and Tribe is willing to respond. As TV threatens to switch herself off. Let's see if I can find a button which means that it won't. There we are. Patel bowls, Tribe forward, getting a long way forward. 2 slips there just in case the ball takes the edge, and it is turning for Patel. Left armour with some rough around Tribe's leg stump. Defends that one to short leg. No run. Leicestershire with no danger on the over 8 front. They are +3. Morgan ended positive as well, so thankfully no points deductions on the horizon for either side as Tribe is forward defending very carefully. Clammy Podcast tweets, pressure has been firmly applied to our top order. Go get tons. Well, sadly no more runs for Eddie Byram in this match. He's gone early. Leg before to Josh Davey. Glamorgan are 26 for 1. They've weathered 14 overs. They have to play out possibly 55 more.
Yeah. So just battling for time. Glamorgan. Tribe is 11. Zainul Hassan is on 10. Byram, the only wicket to fall so far. Josh Hull continuing from the river end. Still an attacking field. In comes the left arm seamer bowling to Ul Hassan. Lifted on the left hander, but got his hands out of the way. Swayed out of the way.
Yeah, the pattern of the tall men bowling from the river end, as Ryan Hadley did for the most part.
Yeah.
Bang the ball into the pitch.
Yeah, it was a ploy that worked briefly yesterday, where they weren't getting anything wicket to wicket. But even after those flurry of wickets, there was There's a hard slog after that as Hull comes in, bowls, and that's turned between short leg and the leg gully, and it's stopped on the deep square boundary. They'll collect 2. Might have picked up a third had they run the first one quickly. 28 for 1. Still a wide-ish first slip. Short leg. Leg gully still in play. As Hull comes in, bowls, and that's lifted on Ul Hassan, and the carbon copy is left outside off stump.
Wiltshire Cricket have announced a double-header against Glamorgan on Friday the 15th of May. Women's and men's T20 matches. But that won't be entirely a Glamorgan first 11 because they're in championship action on that day as well.
In comes Hull, bowls. That's banged in short, and Ul Hassan takes evasive action. Taken by keeper Cox.
Anyway, it's free entry if you fancy popping over to Swindon. It was a double-header last year. In fact, set a little bit of history. It was the first time that Glamorgan men had played a super over, which was interesting in a friendly.
Yeah. Hull is in, left arm over. That is pushed by Ul Hassan, but firmly pushed, so there's no run available.
I was in attendance, and I'm firmly of the belief that the super over was made up on the spot.
Was it? All right.
After the match ended with scores level, and obviously Wiltshire wanted to crack at beating senior county opposition, and Dan Douthwaite whacked a couple of sixes to win it in the super over for Glamorgan.
Wheeling round is Hull. From his long run-up, here he comes, past the umpire and bowls. That's cut aggressively by Ul Hassan. Pick up a couple here as deep third comes around. And
Glamorgan women won their match against Wiltshire, and it'll be a useful warm-up from there for their next Counties Cup game, which is against another lower tier opponent, Berkshire, on the 17th of May. Patel to continue after a long conversation with his captain, but the Glamorgan T20 side is likely to feature several players who haven't been in championship action, as that's a full-length ball firmly driven by Tribe, and he's found a gap in the field for once. Up to the long-on boundary, skimmed past mid-on pretty quickly without any serious attempt to field it. Tribe moves to 15.
Yeah, mid-on is in a wide-ish position. It's too full, and Tribe isn't going to miss out.
Welcome respite for a period of pressure from Patel. As he bowls, it's a bit shorter, and almost stuck in the pitch there, and he played it back to Patel. I thought for a moment he might have hit a return catch, but it doesn't seem to be coming off the bat, does it? Patel bowls, poked on the offside by Tribe, no run.
Yeah, that was weird. Just died on him, really.
Yes, he was Possibly fortunate not to spoon that back to the bowler. Patel bowls, Tribe turns on the leg side past short leg, will pick up the single. 35 for 1, the deficit is Nelson, 111.
Yeah, and this is going to be the course of the game now for the next hour, unless something dramatic happens.
Patel in, bowls floated up. Al Hassan noodles it away through the slips and down towards third man, perfectly safely. Angled bat, ran it away. And 2 runs ensue. Al Hassan to 16. Tribe also on 16, 37 for 1. Trailing by 109 runs. Patel in. Bowls, and Al Hassan plays no shot. Got his left pad a long way outside off stump. It is turning quite sharply now for Ajaz Patel once he gives it some air. And suspected this is going to be a long spell. 3 overs, 0 for 12, but he has posed quite a few problems, which Al Hassan and Tribe discuss in fairly animated fashion.
Decent over for Glamorgan, as they move to 37 for 1, 109 in arrears. Still going to be Josh Hull from the River End. Still a few people dotted around.
It's very pleasant watching out there.
Sure it is. I'm going to meet up with one of our colleagues. Gareth Griffiths is here to catch a few rays.
Yes, we haven't managed to drag him into the cricket rota for a year or two. Hopefully he might make an appearance this summer.
Yes, he'll be on rugby duty as well until, well, let's hope for a while yet, if
Yes.
Cardiff can push on in the URC. As Hull comes around this time to ace at Tribe. That's pull. Oh, and the leg slip was interested for a while, but it was overhead, and there is a fine leg down there.
Yes, wasn't quite in control, I don't think.
No,
that shot
a few
from
of them
Tribe.
haven't been quite timed to perfection. There was that. He's very strong on the onside as Ace at Tribe, but a few that he's tried to push through haven't been off the meat of the bat. So 38 for 1 brings Al Hassan on strike. Slip in place, short leg as well. In comes Hull from his long run-up, coming in, and bowls, and that's straying down leg, and tumbling Cox takes it. I will depart after this over to introduce Richard once more. So there'll be a bit of a rejig in our commentary box. Hull wheels round. Coming in past the umpire and bowls, left arm over, played and short leg fields. It's another dot ball, 108 the deficit. We're in the 17th over. Just a recap that Leicestershire made 585 for 7th, so they added 85 to their overnight tally. That was a lead of 145.
I think an extra one came onto the scoreboard rather late.
Oh, right, 86. Beg your pardon.
I got it wrong as well.
Hull in bowls, and that's played towards mid-on, and there's no run. 586 then for 7. with just the 2 wickets falling this morning.
Yeah, Carlson and Gorvin both bowled pretty tightly, didn't they? There wasn't much of a flurry.
Can't imagine seeing Kieran Carlson going through as much overs.
Not very often this summer, no.
Match.
Particularly if Callaway's fit again. Soonish.
Hopefully, from a Glamorgan perspective. Hull coming in, bowling, and Ul Hassan is disinterested. This will be the final ball of Josh Hull's over. Still a bit of a rejig of the field. And Cox, the wicketkeeper, marshalling the troops, so to speak, as well. Leg slip, conventional, well, it's not a conventional side, but it's a wide-ish first slip. Point, short leg, mid-off, mid-on, third man. In comes Hull around, and that's the bouncer, and taking evasive action is Zain Ul Hassan. That is the end of the over, so that is my shift done for the time being. It'll be Nick and Richard Ray.
Yep, Hull round the wicket. Yes, it's a different angle of attack, but also, given we've got both a left-handed and right-handed batter at the crease, then it also, from Leicestershire's point of view, hopefully, whether it is in fact, I'm not sure, but hopefully, just creates a little bit of extra rough for Ajaz Patel to bowl into. He unquestionably turned a couple in his first over, hasn't really done too much with the ball since. In his steps and bowls outside off stump, a little bit short and flat. Tribe goes back and punches it, looking much more comfortable at the crease now. Out to Ben Green, sweeping on the offside boundary and takes 1. Moves on to 18, 39 for 1. There's probably a little bit of nervousness among the Glamorgan supporters at the fall of the first wicket, but they'll be beginning to enjoy the sunshine again now. 29 these two have added so far for the second wicket. Patel is in. Zain Ul Hassan is solidly forward, getting to the pitch of the ball, dropping it out into the on side. Johnny Tatisol in there at short leg. Picks up and there's no run. Hassan over the wicket to the left-hander with 2 slips and a leg slip left, and there's an appeal for leg before as it brushes the pad before going through to keeper Cox, but Cox wasn't that interested. Patel responded to the inevitable appeal from Rishi Patel at slip, but it was very far outside off stump and certainly didn't turn that much. In he goes again, tosses it up pleasantly, gets to the pitch of that one. Ul Hassan blocks it out to the second slip, who's Eskenazi. He's still got his helmet on because he's been also fielding it close to the wicket in front of the crease. In goes Patel, bowls outside off stump, turns a little bit, but a safe leave on the back foot this time by Zain Ul Hassan. So 2 slips and a leg slip and a short leg. In goes Patel and bowls. That might just have skidded through. He's deep in his creases, Zain Ul Hassan, playing the ball off the pitch essentially, and keeping it out. So played it well. So decent over from Ajaz Patel, but no great threat in it. In that first over he bowled, Nick, I thought 2 definitely turned and beat the outside edge of Tribe's bat, and I thought, oh, is this the sign of things to come? Hasn't been really.
Yeah, Tribe was getting a long way forward, but not quite far enough, was he, to meet the pitch of the ball. And there was certainly cause for interest earlier on from Leicestershire. A bit more redirection of the field going on as the batters meet for a chat. I suspect it's hot enough to have a drinks break, and we're halfway through the session, but no one particularly calling for it at the moment, I don't think. 39 for 1, deficit 107, coming down fairly slowly at the moment. As Hull, who caused Glamorgan a few problems in the first innings, hitting the stumps of both Tribe and Ingram before lunch on the first day. Got in a good solid 20 overs, a little bit more expensive than some of the others, but you're going to get that with a bowler of his pace and youth. As he digs in a short one that Tribe ducks underneath fairly carefully. 39 for 1 as umpire Blackwell, for some reason, chugs off from square leg to point. There's no, well, maybe he thought that short leg was getting in his way a little bit, and that he'd get a clearer view of proceedings from point, since there isn't a fielder in that vicinity. Here comes Hull running towards us. Balls, and that's played down into the slip area by Asa Tribe, who had to get on top of that one and did so adequately. 39 for 1 still.
Derby close to defeat against Gloucestershire. 216 for 8 in their second innings, still trailing by a run, and with only 2 second innings wickets obviously left in hand now.
Gloucestershire side that's lost most of its bowlers from last year. Hull in, bowls a shortish pitch delivery that doesn't really get up, and is allowed to go through fairly harmlessly outside off stump, outside leg stump rather. Yes, it's not exactly a round of games that's going to produce a maximum number of positive results, with a draw most likely here and at Trent Bridge between Notts and Warwickshire.
Yeah, all the first division games I think will be.
Essex and Surrey, Sussex and Yorkshire. Short pitch ball, rinse and repeat, Tribe ducks underneath. Sussex are now 7 down in their second innings, leading Yorkshire by 225, so that might
could get interesting,
possibly open up for the Yorkies to have a little dash. Who's Sussex got left at the... yes, they've just lost their 7th wicket, so they are down to the 8, 9, 10 jack.
But it's not an insubstantial lead, that could be a lot of fun over the last 50 overs or so.
And Durham are making a decent fist against Lancashire in Division 2 as Hull comes over the wicket to Tribe, who pulls short leg, ducks, and they'll take it just a single out to deep square, where Green is the fielder. Durham 153 for 2, chasing 336 against Lancashire.
So another, 180 odd?
Yep.
8 wickets in hand. Jimmy Anderson. Yeah. That's could be fun as well.
In the second 11, Leicestershire made 190 all out, Nottinghamshire 39 for 0 after 4 overs. That's a 50 over game at the Lady Bay ground in Nottingham. Hull bowls around the wicket, fires yet another short pitch ball in. Well, Glamorgan can't complain because Ryan Hadley was banging in 4 or 5 at least every over, but Hull without success there.
But his bounces were rather better directed, weren't they? In that they were towards he seemed to get the height at more consistently, sort of threatening height, if you say what I mean. Those have all been very eminently duckable from Josh.
Leicestershire second 11 top scorer was Jay Dunk, who made 70, not a player I'm familiar with. Sol Budinger 44 off 40 opening, and thereafter something of a collapse from Leicestershire, who were bowled out in inside 44 overs of the 50, which is slightly careless.
Round the wicket for Ajaz Patel to the right-handed Tribe, a little bit short. He goes back and wristily tries to work it out to mid-wicket, hits it a little bit too straight, and it runs straight to Josh Davey at mid-on. Patel in, bowls, tosses that one up pleasantly. Tribe sort of steps out of his ground and gets it trapped under his feet almost, really jams it down into the ground. There's a little puff of dust or loose earth as he jams it out to Davey. Patel steps in again and bowls, brings him forward. He'd like that. Well, Patel drive, and he was on top of the drive, but he was reaching a little bit, and out to Tom Scriven at extra cover. The ball ran. Patel whips through these overs, tosses it right up, and stepping forward, Tribe gets to it more or less on the full, and very calmly and competently and easily, it must be said, pushes it through mid-on for a 4.
Yes,
because
please.
Davies
Yes,
wide,
please.
just barely had to, just comfortable as you like, really. That was a bit of a gimme with the field that Ajaz Patel has got. Tribe on to 23, Glamorgan 44 for 1. They now trail by just 102. Patel steps in, bowls, nice loop, driven by Tribe, again out into the onside, this time more or less straight to the sunglass wearing Josh Davey. If ever was a day, today is it. There's still a few Leicestershire players with, or one or two with sunglasses on top of their caps. Not going to be many days when it's brighter than this. In goes Patel, bowls forward. Goes Tribe, killing the spin, played the over well, beginning to look reasonably comfortable at the crease. Ace of Tribe, but so too is Zainul Hassan, and as you've been saying, he could do with a bit of time at the crease.
Yes, I mean, he didn't really pile up the runs as an opener last season, coming into the side after one game to give a bit better balance on the bowling front this season. 27 and 16 up at Trent Bridge. Fell for 7 in the first innings here, so the longer he gets at the crease, the better, both personally and from the team's point of view. Glamorgan's seconds are struggling a bit with the ball over in Newport. They've just claimed a 4th wicket. Gloucestershire 204 for 4. This is in a 3-day game. Joe Phillips, who's got first team experience, former student in Cardiff. He's just been bowled by Mo Azim for 109. Earlier 1 wicket for Tom Norton and 2 for Aussie trialist Conor O'Riordan. Khan is 54 not out. That's a 3-day friendly. Leicestershire playing in a 50-over friendly. Because organised red ball cricket is a bit of a premium in the second 11 these days. I think it's only 5 matches they play in the second 11 championship officially. And many of those are towards the end of the season. So the counties have to some degree make their own schedule for the second 11. Right, here comes Hull. Oh, Green rather. The scoreboard hasn't changed it yet. Green, unmistakable figure with the big tash, and Al Hassan pushes this first ball firmly through the covers. He'll pick up a couple of runs here. Don't think it'll reach the boundary on the longer side of the ground, on the pavilion side. 2 it is. Al Hassan up to 18. Total to 46, and the deficit is exactly 100 now. Of equal importance, the number of overs already completed, which is 20. If Glamorgan get into the lead, that's even more towards the aim of safety, as Al Hassan defends on the leg side, because you take 2 off then for the change of overs, unless it was tea interval, and it would need one heck of a collapse to coincide with the tea interval.
Yeah, Ryan Hadley was saying yesterday that the new ball had only sort of lasted in terms of giving any real assistance 20 odd overs, although he did give it a fair old battering, didn't he? But so has Hull. They've tried that as well.
Banging it into the pitch from the tall man. Green, strapping but less tall, finds Al Hassan driving back to him, and there's no run.
And if that is the case, then it may be that Glamorgan are well on their way to safety already. Certainly, the body language of the Leicestershire players isn't quite as enthusiastic or hopeful as it was.
Next delivery is blocked by Al Hassan. Well, the London Marathon yesterday saw not only a record in terms of time for the winner, but the largest number of finishers ever in a marathon.
Right.
59,830. Poor souls managed to flog around the 26 miles and whatever it is. Al Hassan drives straight to shortish mid-on, no run.
Well, respect to one and all. It's the same distance for you all. And in many respects, as some of the top runners say, they have more respect for the people finishing in 4 or 5 hours than those who are out there for 2.5 or 3, because obviously they're on their feet and running for that much longer, or time-wise, anyway.
Green bowls. Al Hassan drives into the offside, well fielded at cover, no run. Yes, also get a fair few with, of course, inflatable telephone box or a sheep costume, yes, or fridge on your back or whatever.
BBC Radio Leicester. I've been listening to running the news. Good man, he's putting lots of cream on over there on the river stand. Been running an article about a lady who ran it dressed as an air ambulance. So quite what costume? No doubt there's a picture of her on the BBC Radio Leicester website. Ajaz Patel is in and bowls. Back goes Tribe. Doesn't really turn. Pushes it out into the offside firmly to Scriven at extra cover. Happy now to play it off the pitch. Though, to say that the turn that looked as though it could be there hasn't really transpired. He tosses that one up and Tribe is forward. Playing the ball back down the pitch to the New Zealand international.
Yeah, my daughter's partner reported that he ran past Daddy Pig at one point.
Patel is in and he's on driven for 4. Over pitched, and once again Tribe a little bit harder. He had to work this time in terms of bat speed, but just as decisively hit back past the stumps on the onside. Daddy Pig being
Peppa Pig's father.
Oh, okay. Peppa Pig was sort of after my time, yes, as a young
cartoon,
as a father.
A cartoon character.
I've heard of him,
my lord.
Okay.
Yes, Daddy. Yes. But yes, it was a charity.
Presumably pink and large, and
yes, large pink costume. No idea of the size or colour of the person within it.
It was hot work out there for you all, so I wish it was even hotter inside.
Pig costume.
Daddy Pig costume.
Been practicing with Joe Wicks, apparently, the fitness expert.
Okay. Josh Hull's been brought up from deep backwards square to the 45. Patel's going to go over the wicket now to the right-handed Tribe. Try and spin one out of the footholes. Tribe goes down on one knee and does try and sweep it away. It does turn a bit, but it's still a good few inches outside leg stump.
I think that was called no ball.
It could be for negative bowling. In goes Patel, and it's kicked away, so that can't be. But
No,
it
it's called
happened.
wide. No, it was called wide.
Yeah, he was wided 10
Yeah.
or 12 times at the Oval for trying this on a flat track there, essentially. And he did spin one out of the footholes to bowl Dan Lawrence. In he goes and bowls. That will be signalled. Well, he flicked the pad and went down.
No shot played.
No shot played,
ball.
so he'll have to bowl it.
Dead ball.
No, dead ball. Signalled by umpire Blackwell, who's now standing at this end. We have embarked on the second half of the game. It's worth a try, I suppose. Patel is in, tosses it up, kicked away. Kneed away, if you like.
I think
by
it's a bit
Tribe.
harsh to call wide
It
in
is,
these
'cause it's not-
circumstances
it's
because
not-
he's obviously trying to
yeah.
get the guy out. So it's not like he's defending a total.
Exactly. It isn't sort of just trying to stop the batter scoring. It's a different aim, and it was harsh at the Oval, especially when one spun out of the footholes and hit the top of
exactly.
off.
He's got a lot of rough to aim at there. He's
if
turning the ball out of the rough.
If it doesn't turn or he misses it, then yeah, he's going to get wided. But the umpires have said about this. I mean, I could see Ian Blackwell explaining to Davey, perhaps, or something like that, about what's going on. But I think the instructions have been to be firmer this season.
Here comes Green running towards us, and Hassan leans into his defensive prod, plays it to Davey at cover. But if if Leicestershire were defending in a run chase, then you could understand it. But obviously his intention every ball is to try and get Asa Tribe out, or whoever he's bowling to. In these circumstances, the deficit is 95. Glamorgan 51 for 1. Al Hassan drives pleasantly down the ground and will pick up 4 runs. Something of a relief from Al Hassan, who hasn't got many away, but lent into that one, hit it straight off, mid-off, and picks up 4. He goes to 22, the total to 55 for 1. Here on BBC Sport Online. And that was his first boundary out of the 55th ball he received. Green in, bowls and beats Al Hassan just outside off stump. Al Hassan plunged forward and managed not to get an edge to it. Tribe has hit 3 boundaries, including a couple of very pleasant straight drives when Patel overpitched. As Leicestershire desperate for another wicket or 2 at least by the tea interval in 37 minutes' time. Post a slip back. Al Hassan drives into the offside. It's well stopped by a tumbling hill at point, and there's no run. Reminder, if you want to drop us an email with your thoughts on this match either side or any cricketing matter, glamorgancricket@bbc.co.uk, as we may be wrapping up this match sooner rather than later after the tea interval. As things stand, Leicestershire will have other ideas, but Al Hassan flicks one away off his legs and just settles for the single down to, is that Scriven at backwards square?
It is, yes.
Subfielder.
Derbyshire 9 down now with just a lead of 4. Our colleague Mr. Fletcher will be fearing the worst. Brackets, when isn't he? Well, sounding as though he's fearing the worst.
His
anyway.
magnificent beard will be drooping still further. As in comes Green to bowl to Tribe on 27. He drives into the offside, but won't pick up any runs. It's smartly fielded by Patel at cover. Ajaz Patel, 56 for 1 at the end of the over. 23 gone, 46 still available to Leicestershire. I wiled away some of the winter months by growing a Fletcher-esque beard. Yes, but it didn't survive until the season.
Any pics that we can see that will be put on?
There are no pics available on social media.
Right.
I might show you in the interval.
All right. Just send it to me. I won't put it on social media. In goes Patel, bowls over the wicket, slog sweep. There's an appeal for a stumping, but his back foot was anchored. That was a risky attempt. He plays a much more circumspect paddle sweep in practice, but he didn't. He had a great swat across the line there, missed it, and Cox took off the bails, but fortunately for Ul Hassan and for Glamorgan, his back foot didn't move. In goes Patel and bowls, and much more careful forward defensive. It did turn a little bit out of the footholes, into which Ajaz Patel can now bowl to the left-hander without fear of sanction.
But Ul Hassan can thrust his pad forward, and at least if he's playing some sort of shot.
Patel bowls, and he does exactly that. Bat right back over his shoulder, and front pad leaning forward. There's a howl from Rishi Patel as it bounces out towards short leg. Ajaz Patel steps in, tosses it up very slowly and gently, but quite straight on off stump this time. Misses the footholes, and Ul Hassan can just bunt it back up the pitch to him, forward defend it back up the pitch to him. Patel in, a little bit short this time, so he can go back and work it down to, punch it down to third man. Josh Hull bends down from his height and picks up around about 15 yards inside the ropes. Doesn't do Ben Cox too many favours with his throw, but Cox is picking up the bat that I wondered what was going on. How did he get a bat in his hand? It appeared that Zainul Hassan, turning for the second, actually dropped his bat, and Cox, who was chasing down the other end to pick up Josh Hull's throw, picked up the bat as well, which was very nice of him. In goes Patel, forward goes Zainul Hassan, forward defensive, and Patel ignores the ball as it rolls back up the pitch to him and just turns and takes his cap from umpire Blackwell, a fellow he was a former left arm. He was left arm, wasn't he? Spin Blackwell, was it? He certainly was a spinner and a thumping lower order hitter, but I'm pretty sure it was left arm. I'm trying to remember.
See if the umpires are still listed. Yes, left-hand bat, slow left arm.
Yeah.
In play fair.
58 for 1, Glamorgan. 24 overs done, just 45. It'll be a lot less than that to survive if they need to.
3 seasons with Derbyshire, 9 with Somerset, and 4 with Durham, and a lone spell at Warwickshire. 1 test. 34 limited overs internationals. Tribe flicks ones off his legs. First ball of Green's over, and we'll pick up 2 runs down to backward square. 60 for 1, Tribe to 29. Applause for the 50 partnership. They came together when Eddie Byram fell leg before to Davey for 5 with the score on 10.
Sussex battling away still, 252 for 7. Lead by 243 at Leeds, in Leeds.
Green in. Balls, Tribe cuts to Scriven at backward point, no run.
Essex just batting out the game at the Oval, as Surrey did against Leicestershire last week. 2 weeks ago. The point we made at the Oval, I don't know what you think of it, Nick, is that some of the squares are starting to look pretty tired around county cricket now.
As Tribe drives on the leg side, fielded at mid-on, no run.
Leicestershire did 5 or 6 years ago dig up and relay a couple of pitches in the hope of getting some more pace into a couple of them. I'm not sure to what extent it's been a successful sort of experiment, but it's been an expensive one. I mean, it cost a lot of money to do that, apparently. Seems to have done anyway.
Green in, bowls. Tribe is forward. Plays to mid-off, no run. Square here is quite heavily used, with the women's team now playing some of its matches and not just the double headers here. The franchise stuff in July, August. 3 international matches here this summer as well. So there's probably more cricket than there was 5-6 years ago. As Tribe defends on the leg side, no run.
But again, it's something a bit of a hobby horse, really. They have the heavy roller on them so much more than they used to. I know the ground, in preparing it, he can use the heavy roller as much as he wants, so it depends to a certain extent on the instructions that the head grounds person is getting. But
Green in bowls. Tribe pushes it back to him, no run, and the over. 2 off, 60 for 1, 25 gone, 44 to go.
I will ask the question of Alfonso Thomas what he's thought about the last couple of pitches Leicestershire have played on, and whether he'll vouchsafe an opinion, I don't know, or suggest what he might feel that the pitch at Grace Road and the first game this season, when Sussex won but comfortably, but Leicestershire did bowl them out twice, was too helpful to the sort of seamers, but we shall see.
Yeah, don't always see that at this time of year.
No, you don't.
Some nightmare Aprils for batters, aren't there?
Usually when it's green at Grace Road, nothing much sort of happens anyway, but a bit did in that first game. Patel is in, Hassan is forward, nice big stretch.
There was one early summer when Moses Henriquez, the Australian all-rounder, was over here and got shedfuls of wickets early in season, but could hardly manage a run.
Patel in, a little bit more loop to that one, a tempter, and Zainul Hassan succumbs to temptation and drives it away square on the off side. Hull runs up and back from that position on the 45, picks up around 10 yards inside the ropes of the point, in the point area, and gets his throw away. Hassan picks up 2, moves on to 27. Patel in, bowls, flattish delivery, looking for those footholds forward without getting to the pitch of the ball is Zainul Hassan, but it doesn't really turn. Bit inside part of the bat, but down into the ground it goes, and picked up by Tatisol at short leg. In goes the bowler, slog swept, and didn't get that at all, and fortunate in that respect. It came off the bottom part of the bat and rolled slowly and gently as though defended out to mid-wicket, where Hill was the fielder.
Not playing that shot entirely convincingly at the moment, Zainul Hassan.
Patel in again, tosses it up, he steps across and makes sure as he leaves it that it is going to finish a long way outside off stump. It didn't, again, really didn't turn. It was a good foot outside the stumps when it was taken by Cox. Maybe more. Patel in. Stays a touch low, but not that low, and on the back foot. Hassan can dab it out into the offside. Another overplayed comfortably, the only moment really of risk being sort of self-inflicted, that sort of bottom-edged slog sweep that he didn't get hold of at all. End of the over, 62 for 1, 26 overs now gone, only 43 remain, and the odds on the draw grow ever shorter.
At Headingley, that one is tending towards a draw, but Sussex 253 for 8.
Lost another.
They're 244 runs ahead of Yorkshire. There's Green bowls to Tribe, who tries to play it off his legs. I think was hit on the pad. It's a run to the total, if not to Tribe's individual score. So Yorkshire may well be in a position to have a go, but they'll be chasing just over a run a ball, probably.
And Mohammed Abbas, a very fond memory as far as Leicester are concerned, and Zach Chappell, ditto, are the two holding out for Derbyshire at the moment, who continue to be 9 down, but Leicestershire doing them proud at the moment.
Durham going well, 193 for 2. Need a further 143 to beat Lancashire at Chester Street. Al Hassan defends. Back to the bowler.
Zach has faced 105 balls for his 20 runs.
We're almost in a position where we can leave the listener to guess with a fair degree of accuracy what's happened off any given delivery from the sound emanating onto our effects microphone, because you can hear the ball off the bat, you can hear the oohs and the ahs. Green bowls. Al Hassan has a swing and misses, looking for an off drive, reaching slightly. And he's continuing to look a little bit fidgety, Zain Al Hassan, isn't he? Wants to get the odd one away rather than just... I mean, he's not a hugely attacking batter by nature. He's more of an accumulator, so he needs to stick to that, really.
Yeah, it'd be tough to get out, really. It's an opportunity just to spend time in the middle, isn't it?
Batted out for 70 not out or whatever, as he ignores that one outside off stump.
Look on it as a extended net in match conditions, really. Yes, don't you be talking us out of a job at the moment.
No, quite. I do realise that's danger. But I don't think BBC would put on just sound effects on a audio stream, I hope. Green bowls. Al Hassan drives to short-ish mid-on. There is no run. When are we going to get the golden arm of Rishi Patel, I wonder?
After tea sometime. Well, maybe an over or two before, actually. It's not so long. What is it, 23 minutes away? Might get an over or two before tea if nothing much happens before then.
Ben Green, respectable 2 for 66 in the first innings. Bowls to Al Hassan, who knocks it out onto the offside. Makes as if to field it, but there was a very easy single to be ambled there. And Al Hassan will retain the strike. The single off the last ball, 64 for 1 through 27, 42 to go.
BBC Radio Leicester probably quite interested in the concept of a commentary-free stream at the moment. Well, Patel, over number 9, done for 26. Hasn't really threatened other than that first over. Over the wicket he goes, tosses it up to Al Hassan, who looks to drive, and I think came off a bottom edge, and it's trickling down to the boundary for buys. He didn't. It sounded a bit woody, so his bat must have sort of hit the ground and snuck under it, and also evaded the gloves of Ben Cox. Maybe it was hitting Cox's pads or something that made the sound, but Cox will be disappointed to have conceded buys.
Sounded some sort of wooden thud, probably bat on ground, as you said.
Patel in, forward. Al Hassan out into the point area goes the ball, with Eskenazi in not very hot pursuit, jogging after it.
Slightly sweaty, but
yes,
not very fast.
Blows on his hands, keep them dry rather than get them warm, I would think. In goes Patel. Sort of slightly low-ish, slingy arm, and when he does sort of toss it up as that one's played out to point, it's quite slow. In he goes, bowls. Again, there's that low slingy action, and back can go Ul-Hassan and work it off a almost a horizontal bat. It's a sort of cut slash guide down towards third man, which he doesn't really middle, but
Likes third man, doesn't he, Zain Ul-Hassan? Touch the old Steve James.
he gets a 1 for it. Steve James, one of these sort of caricature cartoons in frames that run along the wall of the media centre behind us, behind the commentary boxes. I'm sure that one of those pictures is of Jimmy Tarbuck. In goes Patel from round the wicket and bounces a bit on Asa Tribe, who does well on the back foot just to keep it down and push it out towards point.
Who's it meant to be?
I'm not sure because there isn't actually a name on it, but he's got a slightly gap-toothed Tarbuck-like grin. So does the gap tooth give you a clue? In goes Patel and gets away with a low full toss, which is driven by Tribe. For once, not to the boundaries. Hit a couple down there very straight, but this time it's out to Josh Davey, who had actually gone quite a lot straighter at mid on end of the over. 69 for 1. 28 gone.
I'll have a look in the tea interval. Remind me to inform you who it is. They're mostly of 90s, 2000 vintage.
I recognise them all except Mr. Tarbuck. When I say gap two, then I mean sort of between his two front teeth. So I don't know whether that. It's definitely a batter.
Okay.
Caricature has a bat in his hand.
Here comes Ben Green labouring away from the River Taff end, and Ul-Hassan has been bowled, not playing a shot. It's come back in and it's hit his leg stump by the look of it. It's the leg bail that's off anyway. And what a disappointing way to go. Ul-Hassan bowled by Green for 29, and Leicestershire have the breakthrough that they needed.
I think we can say that was a misjudgment by Zain Ul-Hassan. Did it come zooming? Off the bottom edge.
Yeah.
That was the same as the first innings, was it not? Somebody was bowled off the inside edge in the first. I think he was looking to leave in the first innings.
He was caught trying to leave in the first innings.
Yeah, that was it. It was almost the same dismissal, but this time came off the edge as he tried, bottom of the bat, as he tried to leave and went onto the leg stump.
Yeah, he was caught behind, apparently playing no shot or playing half a shot to Ian Holland in the first innings. So Zain Ul-Hassan trudges back, distraught, having not made the impression that he would have wanted. And Kieran Carlson, the captain, comes bouncing out.
The incoming batter for Glamorgan, the captain, Kieran Carlson.
Enthusiastic note in the doctor's voice. It can vary.
It's catching, I suppose. You have to say Kieran Carlson enthusiastically because he's that sort of bubbly character. Usually with a smile on his face.
Sometimes you could tell when the doctor's not entirely sure about a bowling change in terms of who's coming on. He knows who's coming on, but he's not sure it's the right person. And coming on to bowl now, Asa Tribe or whoever.
Really? 69 for 2 Glamorgan, 77 in arrears, 40 overs are available to Leicestershire after this.
Well, if they can pick up one more before tea, then they'll keep going after tea, won't they? For another few overs, just to see. But the 28 overs, there's not much left in the ball, and there was no threat in that delivery. It sort of wobbled. It was just a bad misjudgment on the part of Zain Ul-Hassan, really.
It might take Glamorgan at this rate the best part of 30 further overs to wipe the deficit off, though. So we might.
In terms of making a declaration, you mean?
Yeah. Well, Leicestershire might look to go until Glamorgan are in the lead. Green is into bowl to Carlson, who clips off his legs to mid-wicket, fielded by Davey at the second attempt. There's no run, and Cox is doing his very best to encourage the bowlers there with yells of excitement after most deliveries, whether needed or whether justified or not. But that's part of the job of a wicketkeeper, isn't it, to be a choir master. Carlson drives into the covers. No run. So he's hit his first 2 deliveries fairly firmly, has Kieran Carlson. That one fielded by Ajaz Patel.
Durham making a wonderful fist of their chase. They're still only 2 down for 203, needing just another 133 to beat the Lankies.
Yes, our colleague there, Martin Emerson, will be getting jolly excited. Tapping social media posts out by this minute as Carlson plays that one up to mid-off, no run.
Occasionally remembering to commentate in the meantime.
Speaking of social media, Richard23 or NickWeb 2017 on Blue Sky, NickWeb 2017 or Kenneth Davis on X if you want to put over any parting messages for us in the dying stages of this game. Green in, bowls to Carlson, defends on the leg side. James Lumber has done so, enjoying the commentary. If Tribe can get a decent half century, keep himself in the mix for England. Be good to see England give him, McKinney and Guy a run out as the top 3 in the Lions game before that series. And the Balconeers are asking for further mention on the fact that they are unfortunately drawing stumps as Carlson leaves that one outside off stump from Green. Thanking everyone from their support over 54 years of the St Helens Balconeers and 50 years of Daffodil Cricket Tours. The Balconeers operation is closing down after the passing of their late chairman John Williams. The members of the Balconeers are reminded to cancel their subscriptions to the organisation, and any monies left over will be used in some sort of Glamorgan youth development project.
Patel round the wicket to Tribe, who is forward, defending out into the offside, no run. 2 slips and a short leg. Fairly conventional field then. Sweeper on the offside as Patel tosses that one right up, and it's driven by Tribe. Steered out to deep extra cover. Lewis Hill, the man out there, almost throws himself off his feet. Lewis, it's just the technique of throwing to sort of protect his shoulder a bit, I would imagine. It's a long old way. Good throw from him. 1 taken. So Carlson to face Ajaz Patel, and Eskenazi goes from second slip to silly mid off. In goes Patel, bowls straight, defended, just dabs it down to short leg. Kieran Carlson, that is. 6 balls faced for the Glamorgan skipper. He'll want to more than get through to tea, of course he will. 12 minutes away. In goes Patel again, fullish delivery. Again, Carlson getting to the pitch of it comfortably enough and pushing it back up the pitch to the New Zealander. He is bowling in sunglasses. Jazzy, they call him. Leicestershire. In goes Patel, bowls. And again, the ball is already back at his feet, courtesy of the Carlson forward defensive. Blows on his hand, steps in, bowls. Carlson is twistily turning it past Tatisol at short leg, but only as far as Hull on the 45 behind square. End of a respectable enough over from Ajaz Patel, but again not massively threatening. 30 overs have passed, 39 potentially remain to be bowled today.
Yeah, Carlson yet to get off the mark, faced 9 deliveries. He's looked to score off quite a few of them. He's not going to sit back in his crease, Kieran Carlson. So well done to everyone who has been involved in the running of the Balconeers over the years. It's very grateful to be invited to several of their close of season dinners, which is very kind of them.
Did you have to sing for your supper? Did you
Not
speak?
at all, no. As Tribe pushes to mid-off and takes a single. Mr. Bevan chaired proceedings on several occasions, but no, I could just concentrate on doing justice to my dinner and interviewing the odd player for the end of season awards and so on. But on a radio microphone rather than the public one, if you see what I mean. 71 for 2. Carlson defends that one onto the offside, no run.
A very nice email from Nick Austin in Cambridge. Thank you for that, Nick. Hoping to run into him before my close of play. He'll get to Chelmsford, I would think, from Cambridge. That'll be the nearest ground. Not far, really. All right, what is it? It's 40 miles, 30 miles, something like that.
Chelmsford to Cambridge. As Carlson drives out on the offside, and he is finally off the mark with a single up to mid-off. I would have guessed further than that, but
maybe. Go down to Stansted and turn left, basically, don't you? It's not far.
Oh, Chelmsford.
Yeah.
Sorry, I thought you said Cheltenham initially.
No,
I thought that's far further
that's
from Cheltenham to
definitely further
Cambridge.
than that. No, Chelmsford.
Okay, take your word for it then. 72 for 2. Green balls. Tribe flicks to short leg, who stops well. Tatisol makes as if to throw the ball in, and ignoring the minor detail as he didn't actually have it in his hand at the time.
I'll read a few of the emails out at Grace Road next week, probably. Just because I can.
Why not?
Absolutely.
Yes, if you've enjoyed Richard Ray's work over the last 12 or whatever it is years, then tell him. As, Green is on his way, and Tribe is lurching forward in defence to mid-on. 72 for 2.
They removed the Leicestershire flag from the flagpole in preparation for their
Yes.
departure.
Well, the Glamorgan one is seems to be wrapped up at half-mast. It was at half-mast after the passing of committee man Malcolm Price. Tribe faces up to Green, flicks it off his legs, down
Good
towards backward square. Oh, it's gone. I thought that was a fielder running round the boundary, but there's someone.
It's Sam Wood, who's
Sam
the
Wood,
12th
who
man.
is 12th man and hasn't got his tabard on, naughty bloke.
No, but he's on the other side, in fairness. He's not over the ropes. Or he was about to come on, I think, then he was trying to save Lewis Hiller.
Yes.
Chase back from the boundary, so he was sort of running about 10 feet parallel to the
On he comes.
to the ropes, and off goes. Well, in fact, he's just coming up to pick up a helmet from Rishi Patel, suggesting that his namesake's being taken off, and who knows, this could be Rishi's moment. It is.
Rishi Golden Arm Patel
To bowl at the Cathedral
to
Road
replace
Rishi Patel.
Ajaz Patel, and it's a good job that there's already a duchy in the Leicestershire side in the form of Ian Holland, because Ajaz Patel, you would have thought would have been named Duchy from Ajax, very close to Ajax, the football team. No?
I guess, yeah.
Or was that too imaginative for a cricket?
Ajax Amsterdam, or whatever.
Yes.
Yeah. No.
Too imaginative for a cricket nickname, maybe.
A step too far.
Too far.
Potentially, Jazzy is his moniker.
Jazzy B was sold to Soul, wasn't he? Hip hop artiste, I believe.
Gramophone recording. Patel then, over the wicket, of course, as an off spinner, bowls, and perfectly legitimate delivery. It's a pushes Carlson back on his stumps. Doesn't really turn, but it's line and length and on the stumps, and Patel watches as Carlson played it suspiciously out into the onside. Steps in again and bowls a long hop, half tracker, and gets away with it because Carlson goes back and whips it away to Hull at deep backward square, and one is taken when could so easily have been 4 or more. Still haven't had a 6, have we? The nearest was that I think the drive by Ajaz, or the sort of on drive by Ajaz Patel off Mason Crane, who did his best to concede a 6 in that over that he bowled, didn't he? Bless him. It was a
yes,
bit of
some nonsense in there.
Patel steps in and bowls. Nice loop to it. Perhaps a touch full. Tribe stepped out and drove firmly on drive, but directly to Scriven at mid-on. Patel stands dead still at the start of his run-up before bowling another half-tracker, which is pulled out to Hull, and John Tatisol held his sort of evading the ball pose for quite a while there, but he's kind of saying, if you're going to keep bowling those, kind of move a bit. I think he's got some pads on underneath his whites as well as chest, full toss, and that is driven out to a deep extra cover. So I think it would be kind to describe the 5 deliveries so far as a mixed bag. We've had 2 decent ones, 2 half trackers and a full toss so far.
Bowling for catches on the square leg boundary.
The amount of bowling he does as well in the nets and out in the middle during games. In he goes and bowls a little bit short. Tribe goes back and tries to whip it into the leg side, but picks out Scriven at long on. So just the 3 runs from the over in the end, but it could have been rather worse. 79 for 2, 3 minutes until tea. So definitely one more over, I think, just the one. Unless they hurry through. Showing no signs of hurrying through, so they're ready for their tea. Leicestershire.
Why not? Not much attention being paid on the players' balcony. As Glamorgan plod onwards towards safety. Nearly halfway through the allotted overs for the day. Green balls. Carlson flicks on the leg side. It eludes Tatisol, and there is no run. So the men out in the afternoon session had Byram, leg before to Josh Davey for 5, 10 for 1. And Zainul Hassan bowled by Ben Green for 29, 69 for 2. As Carlson diverts the ball through the offside, takes a single, thinks about a second. Scriven is honest like a car bonnet, as they say. And Glamorgan move on to 80 for 2, 66 runs in arrears. Richard is galloping off cakewards. It's all right, you've got the frame that can take a cake or two.
Not many more.
And there are 2 minutes to go until the scheduled interval. 4 deliveries should do us. Green in, balls to Tribe, flicks that one on the leg side. No run. Tribe 36 not out. 24 in the first innings before Josh Hull rattled his off stump. Tribe could do with a big knock or two as he drives into the offside, and we'll get a couple of runs here. Scriven should hold it up just inside the boundary and does so. 38 to Tribe, 82 for 2, and his form has been reasonable this season for Glamorgan, but you need to be more than reasonable if you're going to knock on the door of England's selection. May well be off, I suspect, for England Lions duty at the back end of May and miss some Glamorgan T20 games. 3 catches on the leg side now as Tribe defends to one of them, the straightest of the 3.
They tried it a bit in the first innings, didn't they? Bowl very straight. And
yeah, the Tribe's always going to have a lot of players around the mid-wicket area the way he plays, because that's an area of strength. And obviously he's quite happy to play there off his legs. 82 for 2. The clock's reached 15:40 as Green bowls and Tribe pushes it somewhere in that leg side cordon. That is the end of the afternoon session. Glamorgan 82 for 2 are a long way towards safety. Leicestershire with urgent work to do if they're to change affairs. There are 36 overs potentially remaining in this match. We may get handshakes somewhere around 5 o'clock. And Glamorgan trail by 64, but still with 8 wickets in hand. Tribe has 38, Carlson 4. We'll be back with commentary at 4.
I've got some latest scores and tea time scores from elsewhere, starting at Spitty Park, where it's day 1 of the second London friendly between Glamorgan and Gloucestershire. After 58 overs, Gloucestershire have moved on to 234 for 5. 3 wickets there for Connor O'Riordan. Moving into the Rothesay County Championship at Chesterley Street, Durham are now 233 for 2, so they require a further 103 runs off 36 overs to beat Lancashire. At Headingley, Sussex are 272 for 8, leading Yorkshire by 263 runs. At Derby, it's tea time there, where Derbyshire have just been dismissed for 252, so Gloucestershire need 36 runs after the interval to record their first victory of the summer in the County Championship. At Trent Bridge, Nottinghamshire have moved on to 510 for 5, so they're leading Warwickshire by 330 runs. And at the Kia Oval, Essex in their second innings at 248 for 2, they're leading Surrey by 186 runs. If you haven't done so already, there are complimentary score sheets for this match available free of charge in reception. That's also where you can purchase copies of the 2026 Glamorgan Yearbook. The Glamorgan Club shop run by Missouri Sports is still open. It's situated opposite Gate 2 and is also selling a wide range of cricket equipment and other items, including replica Glamorgan kits. As far as refreshments are concerned, don't forget a full range of food and drink is available in the Pyramid Cafe on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion. And for Glamorgan members and season ticket holders, there's a 10% discount on all food sales. Hot and cold drinks as well as snacks can be purchased from the mobile unit beneath the Castle Howell stand at the Cathedral Road end of the stadium. And don't forget you can also purchase snacks from the vending machine at the rear of the indoor school. And with the sun thankfully still shining, don't forget to hydrate and to make use of the free of charge water refill points at various locations around the stadium. There's still time as well to make a visit to the Museum of Welsh Cricket, which is situated on the first floor of the National Cricket Centre. Don't forget there's a special display there as a tribute to our late Chief Executive Hugh Morris. There's a short film looking back on Hugh's life. And that's where you can also purchase the very special brochure called Hugh Morris, A Life in Cricket. Copies are also available for purchase from reception. And in both instances, it's just £10, with all proceeds going to Balindra Cancer Hospital. And finally, the museum also has a number of second-hand cricket books and old Glamorgan yearbooks, as well as used player shirts, which, together with a range of other items and souvenirs, are on sale to raise funds for the running of the museum.
Well, no, yeah, it's just a dead wicket.
Your Aussie mate has got 3 wickets. Your Aussie mate has got 3 wickets. Try it. We haven't played Sheffield. All you do is watch the speed side, rather than watching the road, and you don't have winding. It's a nice run, but it's so I used to go that way, say up to the deep road,
Yep.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi, this is the studio manager. We're coming to you in the news, aren't we?
Yep.
Fab. Just making sure you can hear everything on your end.
Yep.
Great, thank you.
you move to the countryside and the animals are making noises. Yeah. So I'll tell you what, move back to the city, you'll get the animals there. We'll be in front by 10 to 5, won't we? Yeah, we can declare it, can't we? No. No what? If we're leading. No, they agree not to come out. Once your handshake.
To resume Glamorgan's second innings after tea, Asa Tribe and Kieran Carlson. And to continue bowling for Leicestershire at the Cathedral Road end, Rishi Patel.
If both captains shake out, the game's over.
Very good evening and welcome back to the final session of this game with Glamorgan in side of safety at 82 for 2 after 33 overs. 36 overs remain in the match, but Leicestershire will have to strike quickly and often if they're to retain interest in this. Otherwise it will be 14 points to 12 in the Foxes' favour. Rishi Patel to bowl the first over after tea with his regular occasional off-spin. He's bowling with just one slip, not the coterie of close fielders that Ajaz Patel enjoyed. As we're ready for the start of the final session. And Rishi Patel bowls, and Carlson is back, playing it gently out on the offside. Did turn a bit, but Carlson dealt with it safely. Rishi Patel bowls, and Carlson again, prudent, cautious, knocking it away on the leg side. No run. Update for BBC Radio Wales listeners within the next couple of minutes, and then Kenneth and Richard will take you forward here on BBC Sport Online as Carlson is forward defending. Ball trickles out on the leg side once more, and once more Patel doing some vigorous polishing for his namesake. Rishi Patel bowls short of a length. Carlson forces on the offside, backward of square. They'll take one, they'll be able to take a second, and they'll just jog the second. Happy with accumulation and crease occupation. Glamorgan move on to 84 for 2. People gathered in parts of Carmarthenshire earlier to mark 100 years. There's an appeal for the next ball as Carlson pushes at that. Last ball of this over then from Rishi Patel. Rishi Patel bowls. Full length, driven by Carlson under the offside. 6 to Carlson, 38 to Tribe. 35 overs remain potentially of this contest.
It's the final day of Glamorgan's match against Leicestershire.
Glamorgan within sight of ensuring a draw there. 84 for 2 in their second innings with a maximum of 35 overs left in the match, but they've been batting pretty solidly this afternoon, losing the wickets of Byram for 5 and Ul Hassan for 29. Asa Tribe is there on 38 not out and Kieran Carlson 6 not out, and despite conceding a big first innings deficit, Glamorgan looked like holding out for the draw. They're 84 for 2.
Thank you, Nick. Joggers going along the path by the Taff Trail, as it's labelled. Behind Josh Holt, as he limbers up in front of the River End stand over there. No slips. Ajaz Patel is at a sort of deepish leg gully. There is a short leg and a conventional gully. In goes Hull and bowls, turned off his hips to that leg gully. Patel by Asa Tribe remains therefore 38 not out, so almost exactly halfway through in terms of the maximum number of overs that Glamorgan would have to face.
Hopefully Richard, Radio Wales will drop us off in due course.
Learning all about the travel problems around. Around.
Yes.
As Holt runs sort of almost directly behind the umpire before coming in and bowling. Short, pulled around the corner by Tribe down to Lewis Hill, who's almost directly behind Ajaz Patel at long leg. Good throw by Hill, and the single is taken. Tribe on to 39 now, brings his skipper down. To face, he checks his guard with umpire O'Shaughnessy, who hasn't had long at that river end of the ground.
Sean, Radio Wales have left the programme queue on for 10 hours.
Umpire Blackwell chatting away to Ben Green at square leg as in goes Hull and bowls. Carlson gets a short ball. Oh, and he's hit amidships, and it hurt, and it almost pulled it onto the stumps. It almost fell onto the stumps, but it's hit him on the waiting to see. But he's taking off his glove, but he is hurt, Kieran Carlson here, and I'm not quite sure what part of the body is hurting, but he is in quite a bit of discomfort there. He's running around at the moment, so but not in any degree of comfort. So, and now he goes down and collapses, hands above his head, stretching out. I'm afraid it looks like it could have been in a genuinely painful spot. We're going to get we're getting a replay of him in pain. They've decided not to. Here we go. Let's see. Oh no, it was. I think winded him as it looked above. Did it not? What did you think? Top stomach and into the stomach area.
Yeah. Hull banged it in, ricocheted off the.
Yeah, and his hand went to his stomach straight away. So whether he sort of came off the bottom edge as he tried to pull it, and it went straight into his stomach, but he's in a lot of trouble, or a lot of pain.
Are you enjoying the Radio Wales mix
Very
in the
much,
distance?
absolutely. The music is wonderful.
Is it Alison Moyet?
It sounds a bit like her, doesn't it? But the Leicestershire players are taking the opportunity to rest. There's a lot of hands on hips out there, looking down with a great degree of sympathy. Oh, there goes the music.
Bring glass tunnels, queuing again, a daily event, Richard, in these parts.
And he's just feeling the ribs, the physio of Kieran Carlson there.
Yeah, so
just making sure that
just glanced off as he tried to pull. Hopefully.
Well, there's no padding there, is there? He hasn't got any sort of padding, and if it went straight onto a rib bone, then it will be bruised and painful.
He's taken his time. There's a wry smile, so hopefully the captain can continue. He's putting on his head guard.
Yeah, we can definitely say he's going to crack on. Everybody returns to their allotted places in the field. Asa Tribe puts his gloves back on, walks back up to the top end, and Josh Holt is ready to go at the end of it's the longest run, probably about 22, 25 yards, something like that. He eats it up though, long legs, comes in and bowls a bouncer that Carlson, I am sure, anticipated. Certainly he ducked it, and it was pretty short, and indeed is signalled two. I think that was the second one, but we were talking about this yesterday, Nick and I, and it doesn't seem to, they were signalling one bouncer or two bouncers, and it looked as though there were plenty more in and over when, for example, Ryan Hadley was bowling, but it didn't. None of them was signalled wide or no ball or what have you. Holt in bowls outside off stump, slashed away to the boundary by Carlson for 4. It was short and wide, but not short enough, and too wide really. So it was a bit of a gimme, a bit of a buffet ball, a bit of a help yourself job, and certainly with third man being reasonably fine at a sort of fairly conventional third man rather than backward point runs on a plate for Kieran Carlson, who goes into double figures now on 210. One of the abiding images of this match as Hull is in again and bowls 2 cards. So again he's hit him in the ribs, and well, that was maybe hasn't actually.
Almost carbon copy that was.
But yeah, it was close to that point because he's down on his haunches again. It's the end of the over, but he's going to have a souvenir or two in terms of bruises from this game, Kieran Carlson. But I think the biggest bruise will be on his memory, the way he got himself out with 100 in the first innings, seemingly his for the taking. Clipped straight to short. He would dance down the wicket, clipped straight to short leg. Weatherald flicked it to the keeper.
He's still down.
He is.
It must have been Nasty blow to the midriff.
And he lay down, didn't he, for ages when he was run out. He just couldn't believe it. He almost got back.
Just explaining to the umpire what actually did
Ooh,
happen.
look, you can see the mark. Ooh, ow. The bruise. He lifted his shirt up to show the umpire. He's got a cracking mark right on the ribs.
Here comes Patel to ace a tribe, who's forward to the pitch of the ball. And there's no run. Tribe on 39. Patel. Spin continue from the Cathedral Road and one slip in. Here comes Patel. Bowls slightly short of the length that time. That's worked into the onside, but it's fielded at mid-wicket.
Gloucestershire have beaten Derbyshire by 10 wickets. Durham need just 90.
Right arm over is Patel. Short. And that was a buffet ball, if ever one was. Got that all wrong, dragged it down, and that was just helped on the way by Tribe.
Half tracker, wasn't it? Down the leg side.
Yeah, and backward of behind deep square. Patel bowls. Coming down the track is Tribe.
It's a nice line and length. That's the spot. Didn't turn though.
Carlson's glad to be on the non-strikers for a few balls to have a breather as Patel comes in full, and he partially gets a finger, but it's going to go all the way, possibly. Yes, it is. So despite the intervention of Patel, it had too much venom on it and went all the way.
Emilio Gay and David Beddingham taking Durham towards what would be a pretty famous victory against Lancashire.
Last ball of the over. Patel coming in and bowls short again, and that's only as far as mid-wicket. So 8 off the over. Glamorgan nearing 3 figures and Tribe nearing half a century. So Richard, when's the money? When are the handshakes going to come?
Technically, they're going to have to get ahead, aren't they? Before, because technically, it's a sort of declaration from
so
the side that's batting that prompts the end of the game. So, well, could come with about 20 overs to go with a sort of hour, another 13, 14 overs. We shall see. In the meantime, Kieran Carlson's ribs are at risk as in goes Hull and bowls another bouncer.
Short stuff, isn't it?
Yeah.
Persevering with the short pitch stuff.
He swiveled and pulled it down into the ground. It bounced nicely for Ajaz Patel.
I missed the shiner.
It
was a real shiner, was it?
It was. Well, there was say shine. There was a clear mark, dark mark. So, the bruising wouldn't have come out unless he had an existing bruise and he's been hit on it, which is perfectly possible as well. But if he does, then you'd have thought he'd have a bit of protection on it. Hull is in and bowls short, goes for the pull and hits him on the back of the bat, I think, and it's running down to third man. I think he just went through with that hook/pull very quickly. There's a signal of 1 for the over, but there was no signal other than that, so that one has gone on to Carlson's score, so it was off the back of the bat.
Off the slice of the bat.
Back of the bat, and it trickled down to third man. 4-1. It was a slightly wild hook. Worth persisting then for Hull, who is in 2 Tribes short. Key goes for the pull, and it doesn't get anything on it. Comes off some part of possibly the glove, drops more or less at his feet. Wanders down, taps at the rock hard pitch without making, I'm sure, any indentation. But it looks to me like Tribe has got some sort of a pad strap, a chest strap or something, which makes sense, and I'm not sure. Well, I know that Kieran Carlson doesn't, because he pulled up his shirt to reveal it. He didn't. Hull is in and bowls short down the leg side, and signal of 2 from umpire Blackwell, raised sort of 2 fingers up to his colleague umpire O'Shaughnessy. So let's see what happens if there is. I mean, there are 2 balls to go in the over. If there's another short one, surely, i.e. over shoulder height, should be signalled no ball, shouldn't it? Patel, Ajaz that is, has gone much wider at leg gully as Hull is in and bowl. Well, that was high, and it was swatted away on the hook / pull down towards mid wicket. Umpire O'Shaughnessy says, well, pointed to his shoulder,
and did nothing else.
But that was it. So I'm afraid I'm not quite sure. We shall have to ask somebody from one of the umpires or something at some stage what exactly is the ruling here. What do you have to do to get no balled or wided? In goes Hull and bowls full outside off stump and driven away by Carlson to the point boundary for 4. No chance for Scriven, who just jogs to that backward point boundary. And
100 up.
Yeah, slightly disconsolate Hull. Takes his cap from the umpire and then throws it away to where he's walking towards his fielding position, because he's had word from Ian Holland that enough is enough. Hull kicks his cap to his fielding position. It takes a lot to rile Josh Hull, who's a very amiable young man. But he looks, if not
best pleased,
disgruntled, far from being gruntled.
Will be Vish Patel. Coming in from the Cathedral Road end in the sunshine, 1 slip coming in short. That's helped down to deep square. Hull is there fielding, just a single, 104 for 2. Tribe moves to 49.
Sussex have saved the game against Yorkshire.
Oh, there you go. Patel, and Carlson just gives himself a bit of width to manoeuvre with, so he can knock it into the offside.
Now they're still just 8 down, so at one stage it looked as though it could be interesting, but they're batted the game out pretty comfortably now.
As Patel comes in, fuller that time, and that's driven firmly to mid-off, but they elect not to take a run to Holland. Patel in, short again, and just straying down leg, so there's easy pickings there in terms of singles as Tribe comes through for a well-earned half a century. Was in the runs in the second innings at Trent Bridge. So this is his second highest score so far this season. And his job now will be to see this through to the end as Glamorgan trail by 40. 6-4s in that knock of 50 by Ace Tribe. This a partnership worth 37 since Zain ul Hassan's departure. Patel in, again it's full, and to the pitch of the ball is Kieran Carlson, end of the over, just 3 coming off it.
Ace of Tribe's half century came from 99 balls and included 6 balls.
Indeed, Glamorgan 106 for 2. as we just keep going towards the inevitable.
Yeah, drifting to a close now. But the fact that Sussex have comfortably saved the game against Yorkshire means that, depending on the bonus point situation, but I'm pretty sure Yorkshire then will stay bottom. Glamorgan 9th and Leicestershire 8th. Although Hampshire aren't playing, are they? So they might just have, with the bonus point situation, I'll have to work it out. Holland bringing himself back, so not at this stage going to one of the very occasional bowlers like Lewis Hill. It tends to be just 1 or 2 overs, doesn't it, from when they get to that stage.
Yeah.
Patel has gone in at short backward square, and there is also a short mid-wicket and a silly mid-on as Holland goes in and bowls. Tribe drives, gets it off a thick outside edge. It's going to run down towards third man with Scriven in pursuit, but wasn't exactly massively committed. He seemed to know that it was probably going to cross the ropes. There is a slight slope down there, which probably helped a little bit, and 4 is taken, and it may be that Leicester are quite keen for Glamorgan to go past their trail by total now, get ahead, and then we can all go home. In goes Holland and bowls. Tribe is forward, head right over the ball as he blocks it out into the offside.
To prepare for next Friday.
Well, and Glamorgan are at...
Glamorgan are away to Hampshire.
Ah, okay. That'll be an interesting one.
Yes, difficult one. Well, they're all difficult, aren't they?
Holland is in and bowls.
For the 2 promoted sides.
Tribe forces into the offside, just to the left of Eskenazi at extra cover. So 1 is taken.
Hasn't been a happy hunting ground, certainly in T20 in the last few years.
Holland turns. Slightly angled run. Bowls on off stump. Carlson plays it off stump and then calls for the single because Holland just almost let it hit his hand and it rolled out towards Hull. And the general lack of reaction from Holland and indeed Hull and the Leicestershire players indicates that they have not given up, but they're going through the motions rather. Holland is in and bowls. Tribe forces or attempts to force out to the onside, but bounces out to Patel at mid-wicket.
Tough home game at Grace Road against the current champions. Against
Nottinghamshire. And it will be very interesting to see what pitch is prepared and how important the toss proves to be. It will look greenish, that is for sure. In goes Holland and bowls down the leg side, flicked away by Tribe out to Josh Davey, who's at deep square. And 1 is taken. The deficit now 33, 30 overs remain. Coming up to 25 past 4. It's going to be about 5 o'clock, I would think.
Yeah. So it will be Patel. Spin continuing. From the Cathedral Road end. Rishi Patel then, with 1 slip. Tribe is on 56. Here he comes, bowls slightly short, which enables Tribe to whip it through the onside. He's so strong on the onside. That's one of his favourite shots, Tribe. singles on offer. And yeah, just Richard is mentioning there's an air of two teams just desperate to get off now. Fuller that time, and that was a good ball. And that beats the bat of Kieran Carlson as it's taken by Cox. Fuller and more flight on it as well. In he comes, bowls again, similar delivery, but Carlson gets to the pitch of the ball and it squirts out on the onside where it's fielded by Tatisol. Tatisol, who made 112. Got to his century this morning. In comes Patel, slightly short, and again it frees Carlson to whip it through the onside for a single. As Glamorgan chalk off the runs, trailing by 31 now. So it's coming to that point, yeah, just around 5 o'clock possibly, where they'll say, that's it. Patel coming in and down, defending is Tribe. Still sun shining as it has been. There was a bit of cloud cover yesterday afternoon, but apart from that, it's been glorious. Patel in and short and pulled only as far as Tatisol, who fields at mid-wicket, and there's no run. Just two from decent over, tidy over from Patel, Rishi Patel. 115 for 2, trailing by 31 are the hosts.
Yeah, by my calculations, Hampshire will be bottom after this round of matches, just simply really because they're not playing, and Somerset will lose the lead of the First Division to Warwickshire, but only by a point, I think. So it's fairly tight, really. A win makes such a difference, but you do get an awful lot for a draw. You can take a lot out of it, and there are those who argue strongly you get too much for a draw, but pitches like these, not much you can do about it, really. Holland is into Carlson, who's turning a foolish delivery off his legs out towards deep backward square. Hill comes scampering in and gets away his throw, but it isn't the most powerful. It's accurate, but it takes a second or two to get to Cox, and Carlson picks up a couple. He moves on to 20. Deficit now just 29. Holland in, bowls, and rather dug out, judging by the body language of Kieran Carlson, just leant forward and implied that it stayed a little bit low as he almost bent over and fell over his bat, pushing it out into the onside and taking one.
The irony is that this is a far better start for Glamorgan this year than it was last in a higher division.
Holland in. Oh, edged down to think. Wait for the signal. Yeah, it was an edge, so it was very close to Ben Cox, who looks a little bit disconsolate. He's standing up to Ian Holland. Let's just see how close to him that was. It was pretty low as well.
It was, yeah.
Had he been standing back, it certainly wouldn't have carried. I suppose you could say standing up, then notionally it was a chance, but it was only about a foot off the ground, and it would have been a sort of miracle catch, really, if Cox had still been down there that low to take it. Did stay a bit low. Holland is in. Bowls driven down into the ground, and Rishi Patel, who's at shortish extra, puts out a left hand and makes life easy for Josh Hull by deflecting the ball towards his teammate, who's behind him at a conventional sort of cover position.
Yeah, this game, of course, was the opening Division 2 game last year, where Leicestershire won here. Yeah,
Leicestershire had a start to remember. In goes Holland. Bowls. That came back a bit, I think, at Carlson, who off the back foot, plays to mid-on.
heavily to Middlesex, and they were lucky to get away. I can't remember the other game in the first three, but they were lucky to get away with a draw. May have been Gloucester. And had another draw against Derbyshire, which they could have won, and then it turned down at Kent. And then they didn't look back, but wasn't a convincing start.
Holland in, bowls, off stump, Carlson forward, pushing it out to Patel. And there is no run. End of the over. 1-2-2 for 2 means deficit now just 24, and only 28 overs at the most remain, and we will not have 28 overs. Promise you that. Leicestershire won, what was it, 5 of their first 6? Or 6, even 6 of the first 7?
Yeah, you've got away to a flyer.
Absolutely.
I'm trying to scroll back. It was Gloucestershire, Nick was right. The match was drawn, but it was a get out of jail draw. There was then a Derbyshire draw here, which that was a bit of a turning point, that was. Rishi Patel continuing from the Cathedral Road end. In he comes. Good length delivery, that's chopped down to mid-off, and there's no run. 122 for 2. Deficit is 24. In he comes, bowls, full, and to the pitch is Carlson, who gets down low, front foot forward, smothers the ball. In is Patel, slightly shorter, that's turned to backward square. It is early, of course, but you do look at the fixtures and you think, oh, where those elusive wins going to come, because we were having a look how many would be required. Patel in full and exactly played once more, usually about 3 wins with a few draws.
Well, as things stand, although Hampshire have won a game, they will go bottom. But as I said, they will have a game in hand, so that's rather false. But Yorkshire will stay second bottom.
Patel in, bowls, shorter, and that's played. But mid-wicket comes across, which is Tatisol. Oh, and that's overthrown, but there's no damage.
There'll be a point behind Glamorgan, who'll be third bottom, and Leicestershire fourth. Bottom, that is.
With 2 to go down, of course. Patel bowling, good length, just climbed a bit on Carlson, played it neatly in the end, and it's the end of the over. 122 for 2, and Glamorgan trailed by 24.
Bad light at Headingley, conveniently, as the game heads for a draw. Carlson sheds all sorts of padding, and he's walking towards the towards the boundary. That's his thigh pad he's handing to.
I mean, you have to say, in terms of success this year for Glamorgan will be survival, given if you look at the...
Here we go. Sorry, Kenneth. We've talked about this in this match.
Yeah.
Eskenazi's going to have a bowl now. Eskenazi, he says it's his big ambition to take a first-class wicket. I think he's only bowled 1 over in first-class cricket. I shall check for you. But if he takes a wicket now, he will never forget this day. I promise you.
Is this akin to when Glamorgan brought Sam Northeast on last year against Lancashire as a sort of farewell?
And did he take a wicket?
No, he didn't.
It was dreadful. Eskenazi is in then, and there's nothing at all wrong with that off spinner. back on his stumps goes Asa Tribe, who will not want to get out to Eskenazi. He punches it out to mid-wicket. He's got long on and long off out in the hope that Tribe has a go. Eskenazi is in. Again, perfectly. Oh, that hurt. This is the problem. Now he's bowling, but he knows his hand is a mess. You know, it's and in fielding that one, it hurt his hand. Just looking at, he's got bandages on fingers 4 and 5, or little finger and other finger, and that's outside off stump. But they're all pitching nicely at the moment. In he goes, and smacked back to him by Asa Tribe. Check how many balls he's actually delivered in first class cricket. Eskenazi 18, or now 22, and that one is attempted to be pulled away by Asa Tribe, and it doesn't really connect. It runs out towards backward square. So we're getting pretty close to the handshake, I think. In goes Eskenazi, bowls. Again, nothing at all wrong with that. And back went Tribe and smacked it back up the pitch to him. No great turn for Eskenazi, but he's a tall man. And it's not the worst action, off-spinning action I've ever seen. And it was a maiden over. Well, that's a maiden. Is it? Or has he got one already? Well, he only conceded 4 runs from his previous 18 deliveries, so one of them could have been a maiden. One of those 3 previous overs. But anyway, he's got one now, whatever.
Patel will continue from the Cathedral Road end, coming in. And bowls, and a bit of width for Carlson to take advantage of, and it's a single out to the man in the deep on the offside. As we meander to a draw 23 Glamorgan trail. Patel is in, Rishi Patel, short on the leg side, so there is a single out deep mid-wicket, which is Josh Hull, I think, yes. Who chugged away, it has to be said, but it's been difficult. It's been indicative of how difficult it's been for the seamers throughout. Patel, fuller, and stayed slightly low, whipped towards Tatisol at mid-wicket by Carlson. In is Rishi Patel, bowls, good delivery, that's squeezed round the corner to a short fine leg, and there's no run. No, the point in terms of Glamorgan, 2 years ago they won something tangible, albeit it's viewed as the 3rd competition, but still great occasion, and goes on the honours board, the One Day Cup, as Patel comes in, bowls. Last year was getting promoted. This year's success will be measured on survival. And also, I would suggest that a better T20 campaign, because Glamorgan haven't progressed to the knockout stages in a very long time, 2017. And they've had good campaigns, but they've been inconsistent in the last few. They've had good starts. They haven't carried it through, and they've been a win short here and there. And it's been a bit frustrating.
Well, pretty much every word of that is also true of Leicestershire, from the One Day Cup win, from the promotion, and the slight frustration when it comes to T20. Eskenazi is going to continue. That was a pretty decent first over. He's bowling in sunglasses. The South Africa-born, Australia-brought-up and England-brought-up all-rounder is in, and bowls are slapped out into the offside by Tribe. Had to reach for it a little bit. Scriven's out there on the cover boundary. Throws on the bounce to Cox, and Tribe takes 1. Patel applauds Eskenazi, whose 7 deliveries so far have been a model of consistency, really. He's ready to go, but he kind of isn't. He decides he's going to try that one again. It's a walk to the crease, really. A little shuffle and bowls, and back goes Carlson, just outside off stump. Dabs it out to Patel. No run. Eskenazi bowls. Tempted quicker ball. And the action changed, really. The arm came over much more quickly. Again, line and length.
Not the problem.
No, and Carlson just pushed it out to Holland at mid-off. Eskenazi is in. Carlson's kicking it away, and Eskenazi goes down, as he's seen so many bowlers do, and there's no doubt done himself from time to time, just turns and goes down on one knee and appeals, but it's all about the theatre. As he goes in and bowls, that's a nice delivery. Flight, and again, no real turn though. Well,
he should be turning his arm more often.
I'm quite impressed by what I've seen. I'd like to see one turn, but it's hard. The ball's pretty battered now. Holland's gone in at silly mid on now with a grin. As in goes Eskenazi, tosses it right up, back on his stumps goes the vigilant Carlson. Does not want to get out, doesn't want to become Eskenazi's only first-class victim, and he trops it out into the offside. But another excellent over from Steve Eskenazi in terms of line and length, and again he's only conceded the 1 run from it, so 2 overs, 1 maiden, none for 1 for him.
I'm sure, did Michael Vaughan get Tendulkar out? I'm sure he did. And he was so impressed, Tendulkar was forced to sign the wicket, the prized wicket. I remember Ponting getting Vaughan out in the 2005 Ashes as well, talking of part-time bowlers. And that has been dragged to the onside by Tribe. Is a dot ball, 125 for 2. Patel, we're getting closer and closer now to that point. It'll be around a quarter of an hour's time, one suspects.
And Stephen on email rightly points out that Hampshire, having played last week, don't have a game in hand. So actually,
Patel, full. Played, but he won't evade cover.
Their 1 win notwithstanding, they will be bottom. Genuinely, you'll be going to play the bottom side.
In his Patel to Tribe, and it's another dot ball. 23 overs but remaining, but it's a question of when we will call it quits, and that's played smothered by Tribe, who's got a handy 63 to follow his 80-odd, 85 against Notts in the second game. Partnership with 56. Patel, shorter, but watched closely by Tribe, who rocks back to his stumps, and it's another dot ball. That was a maiden from Rishi Patel.
Yeah, we really are now going through the motions. 23 overs potentially remain to be bowled, so we're going to have to get through a few more yet. But Eskenazi and Patel are doing so tolerably quickly.
They want to get on that bus. 3-hour drive or so back.
Eskenazi then over the wicket, bowls, and back goes Carlson, dabs it down towards third man, but Rishi Patel steps to his left at a deepish gully and makes the stop. Yeah, thinking back, I think this is as Eskinazi goes in and bowls, forward goes Carlson. If it's right that we've played each other every year that I've been involved, then this is the 27th, I think, fixture. COVID year, so maybe the 25th fixture. Either way, there's been plenty of them between Glamorgan and Leicestershire and Glamorgan, and there've been some cracking games that we've Nick and I and yourself and Eddie have commentated on. As in goes Eskinazi and bowls, back goes Carlson, pushes it into the gap and takes one. Scriven comes running in. I think of the Marchant de Lange game at Grace Road. That was a game and a half when Nick had had to commentate for a long time. In goes Eskinazi, tempted leg spinner, I think, and it didn't quite work. It went down the leg side. Cox couldn't take it. It's trickling down towards the ropes. It's picked up by Patel running back, and the signal is no signal, so he must have got a bottom edge to it as he attempted to sweep it away. Marchant de Lange blasting it away. Oh, hang on, what's that? Buys or any sort of signal from O'Shaughnessy? Look, was that the buys signal? Maybe he asked, did you hit it? No. In goes Eskinazi, bowls and Tribe defence on the back foot.
It's gone back on the scoreboard from the Tribe column.
Yes, that was a game Leicestershire were winning, or appeared to be winning very easily. We're on the brink of winning until Marchant de Lange took it upon himself to smash them all over Grace Road until the very end, when a six would have done it, and he was caught attempting to hit that six on the boundary. Well, not quite on the boundary. It was about sort of 4 or 5 yards in.
This is Patel going through a shift, and that's short and down leg, and it's helped on the way by Carlson. Hasn't gone all the way. They'll pick up a couple. Deep backward square hurls it back. That was a laboured throw. There was a tired throw as well. Patel in bowls, and that is smothered by Carlson. 130 for 2, so not long to go now. Patel, Fuller, and played by Carlson to the onside. There's no run.
We've always seemed to play each other early and late in the season, though, one way or another.
There's Patel comes in, and both shortish that time. That's pulled, but it wasn't timed, but it was a misfield. Tired misfield. Just that feeling now. Let's head to the pavilion.
But I'm not sure in all that time we've had better weather than this in certainly not in April. Goodness.
In is Patel. No, because the last year was the first game. So, but last season by and large we had great weather, but wouldn't have been in April. Thereafter it was brilliant. Patel coming in, last ball of the over. Good delivery, and stayed slightly low, and it's watchful by Tribe, who's unbeaten on 63, end of the over. And Glamorgan trailing by 15. And once they chalk those off, it'll be thanks very much, lads. And that'll be that.
I would think so.
3 hours. Leicester, all those from my rugby days, travelling to Welford Road and Coventry and Nottingham places. They're always places that you think are not as far as one would think, but they're a good 3 hours.
Yes, yeah. But it's a nice drive. I always think. I always come off the motorway and come through Wales. In goes Eskenazi bowls.
Northampton is another one.
And forward goes Kieran Carson, defending, and there's no run. And I shall certainly miss it, because the Glamorgan County Club are always very, very hospitable. In goes Eskenazi and forward goes Carson, and politely picks up the ball and flicks it to Ben Cox. Eskenazi is in, outside off stump, very full. Carlson generously, charitably, lets it go through. Could have whacked it away, I suspect. Didn't do so. Let Cox take it outside off stump. Eskenazi is in. Rinse and repeat. Padded away really by Carlson. It trickles down towards third man. Patel just jogs after it because obviously can't run. No shot played. Eskenazi bowls. Forward goes Carlson. He just blocks it out towards what would be about third slip. Cox walks across to pick it up. Eskenazi bowls. On off stump, forward goes Carlson, and that is another maiden, I think, for Stevie Eskenazi, who's doing enough here to suggest that this is something that he could work on a little bit, but he's been wonderfully consistent. 4 overs, 2 maidens, none for 2. Yes, it's a slightly artificial situation, isn't it, that Carlson and Tribe are not trying to get after him, or they just don't really want to get out to him, so they're letting him get away with a bit here. But yeah, nice tall man, nice action.
Patel once more. To Tribe, short, and that's played but fielded at square leg. Patel is in on the full, whacked down to firmly to mid-off, where Holland fields. Patel coming in, bowls, and good length delivery by Patel, and watchful is Tribe and just dabs it back to the bowler. In the Cardiff sunshine, Patel coming in, and again it's a 4th dot ball of the over. Just a few die-hard fans remaining around Sophia Gardens. Patel coming in, penultimate ball, bowls, and it's another maiden. Another dot ball rather, this to get a maiden. In he comes. Bowls from the Cathedral Road, and that missed everything and squirted out, and is going to go all the way to the far boundary towards the River Taff end.
Playing for turn that didn't. It was a nice drifting delivery that from Rishi Patel.
Yeah,
thick outside edge,
just evaded slip, and that gets tried to 67. Glamorgan now just trailed by 11. So 2 wickets, that of Eddie Byram, that'll be W. Davey for 5, and Zainul Hassan was bowled green for 29.
Eskenazi bowls. Carlson defends on the back foot. I'm glad we don't have to try and explain this to a visitor from foreign lands. But, in goes Eskenazi and back goes Carlson. And we're almost playing French cricket, really, now. He's just sort of stepping back and poking the ball back up the pitch towards Eskenazi, trying to get this done as soon as possible. And there we go again, this time on the back foot, blocking it to Patel at backward point. Yeah, and my thanks also to the Glamorgan supporters and those who are frequently in touch with Nick and Kenneth and Eddie on social media. And that one is defended on the back foot to Silly Mid-on, because they're kind and generous and entertaining as well. And I shall miss their contributions too. Eskenazi is in. Back goes Carlson and just gently strokes it out towards Scriven, jogging in from the point boundary or cover boundary for a single. He moves on to 27. 136 for 2. Just 10 now behind. Eskenazi tosses it up. Ooh, we kind of did tribe a little bit in the flight there. Hence the oohs and the ahs. Tribe just waited for it and it didn't do too much, so he could just adjust and pop it out into the offside. And just watching the players. The umpires are walking towards each other very slowly, so hoping as we get close to 5 o'clock that maybe we can call it a day. Everybody's standing waiting.
3 minutes is a long time to kill conversation.
Let us put this game out of its misery is the wrong word. You can't be miserable in this sunshine in this lovely location. But the game itself is no more, as Nick happily quoted Monty Python on day 2, I think. It has ceased to be.
And stand round and have a chat maybe until 5 o'clock. Clock ticks over because Glamorgan are behind. They can't declare. So if they want to bowl a couple of full tosses that get hit for 6, then we can all go home. But Rishi Patel is getting the exciting chance to get another over. Talk us through it.
It is an X game of cricket. It has ceased to be in any meaningful sense. Patel steps in and bowls outside off stump, and Cox can't take it cleanly. It bounces forward, so Carlson picks it up and throws it straight back to Patel to get on with it. I don't think he's really enjoying this, Kieran Carlson, now. His probably rib is hurting as well, I would think. Patel is in, tosses it up. It's a full toss, and Carlson, because he kind of has to, drives it out into the offside. Hill jogs up the boundary rope and underarms the ball back towards Rishi Patel. Looks battered, that ball. It's only 51 overs old. Leicestershire glad they're not going to have to bowl another 28 overs with it. Patel is in half tracker that is pushed by Tribe out towards square leg. Ajaz Patel does a good job of fielding it. Saves a bit of time, I suppose. It would have gone out to Hull otherwise. 16:59 shows on the scoreboard. Patel walks in and bowls. Back goes Tribe. Defends down the pitch on the on side. 2 balls to go in the game. Trail by 9. Can they shake hands at 5?
I would assume so.
Patel is in, driven, slightly full, didn't quite time it, out to Holland at mid-off. Carlson takes off his helmet. He's watching the clock. Look at him, Kieran Carlson. Everybody's staring at the digital clock, waiting for it to tick over to 5. It hasn't yet. Slow things down. But the umpire's got to get there. So by the time, he's doing a spot of gardening. That's good.
And
it is now 5. So bowl this ball, and we are done. Patel steps in and bowls and Tribe defends into the onside, and the game is done. It is drawn here at Sophia Gardens, Leicestershire and Glamorgan. Glamorgan in their second innings close on 137 for 2, still trailing by 9, but obviously with plenty of power to add. They take, Glamorgan that is, 12 points from the game, 8 for the draw, 4 bonus points. Leicestershire 14 from the game, 8 for the draw, 6 bonus points. And we are done, gentlemen.
Well, thank you very much indeed, Richard, for your efforts not only over the last 4 days, but over the last decade and a bit in these matches between the two counties. It's been an absolute pleasure to work with you, and our very best wishes for your future and indeed the next few weeks as you do a farewell lap of honour around the county circuit for the month of May. But enjoy it and have a lovely summer, Richard. It's been an absolute pleasure.
Indeed.
Appreciate it. Thanks. And I should say, what should I say? What's goodbye in Welsh?
Hwyl fawr.
Hwyl fawr to you all.
Diolch yn fawr, Richard.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.